everyone! Ah, I'm so excited! I've been so excited to get back to Great Ace Attorney. Oh! I feel like it's gotta have been almost 2 weeks now, right? I can't believe this. I'm so excited. I need to play some more. We need to avenge Gregson. I'm so ready to play more. My god. Okay. Let's get into it! Right, we were just about to hear some testimony from this guy who is obviously this guy, the missing husband, and with 2 criminals, one's French and one's Italian, and they're part of the Red Hair People Club. I think that's where we're at, if I remember right. The inspector and the identification revisited. The man who claimed to be an inspector that day was definitely not this man. Is right, see? You think we would forget these grand lips, huh? I never leave Fresno Street, all right? I have no interest in any red-headed league. I'm all alone in the world, me. I'm no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Untrue, you have a wife, sir? Just look at me, eh? Does it look like I could carry off a disguise with a face like this? Bro. Okay, so we're going there right away. It would certainly appear that we have the wrong man. What have I been telling you, huh? There was no need for this pointless testimony. That's right, I'm just a simple peddler, remember? Fresno Street's all I know. How would I have come by a police inspector's identification book, eh? Well, yes, that's hard to explain, but... a brief cross-examination, I think, counsel. Very brief. Isn't there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something? I stand steadfastly at your side as always, Mr. Naruhodo. That's right, Susato's back. And that's right, we're up against Kazuma, who's being weird. It's definitely not this man. That's right, see, think we'd forget these grand lips, eh? I never leave Fresno Street, alright? I've got no interest in the red-headed league. Well, alone in the world, me, I've got no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Let me stop you right there, boy. You mean you have no family? No, none at all. Barefaced lie. So I spend my days on Fresno Street peddling tidbits to passers-by. Hoping, just between us that is, that eventually someone else with lips like mine will come along. I don't think so. You may be right. Anyway, that mark on your neck is just too much of a coincidence for us to ignore. Well, what's the fella to do then, eh? If you don't believe me, we're at an impasse. And there's nothing I can do but flick me lip. It looks like I'm not gonna get anywhere here unless I can produce some proof. You're basically saying I got dressed up and posed as some fancy inspector, aren't you? Well, it's beyond me how you think I could do that. Just look at me, eh? Does it look like I could carry off a disguise with a face like this? Maybe you could, say, with a mustache or a beard to cover up that lip. Perhaps. But if I was going to stick some fake facial hair on to cover up this fine specimen, I'd end up looking like his lordship over there, wouldn't I? Pardon? I assure you, my lips are entirely unremarkable. Ooh, fantasizing about the judge's lips. No, just kidding. And I would ask you to not cast such scrutinizing looks in my direction, counsel. What, you thinking too hard about the judge's lips, Ryunosuke? Sorry, my lord. My imagination got the better of me there. Well, Inspector Gregson did wear a mustache, of course. You're right, he did, so perhaps he was hiding something himself. He could barely have hidden a crumb in a mustache of that size. And anyways, the detective we spoke with had no facial hair at all. See, the capo is right. He was a clean shaven. Well, then that was definitely not Gregson. It certainly seems beyond the realms of possibility that this witness could have disguised himself as the victim. Aye, it does and it is. Unless the lips was a recent phenomenon. That's the extent of their testimony, is it? What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, what Mr. Gossip says is undeniable. It would be all but impossible to hide those lips with any form of disguise. Perhaps, yes, but nevertheless, the mark around his neck is equally undeniable, and it's identical to the one that Mr. DeRossi suffered. Yes, that's true. Why does this whole disguise idea just keep playing on my mind? Alright, let's try this. A photographic print received from Mrs. Vigil in order to aid with locating her missing husband. Let's try this.
Objection!
No, too early. My lord, there are clearly grounds for being suspicious of that last statement. I'm sorry, counsel, but I fail to see why. Well, you know, I was just playing devil's advocate. Yes, you do appear to have something of the devil in you, Mr. Says the man merrily dishing out penalties. All right, I jumped the gun on that one. Let me look at the evidence more carefully. I have a feeling that's not gonna work either, but that's an option. Alright, it was just no picture. Judge is gonna kick my ass again, but...
Objection!
Yeah, I knew it. Alright, I gotta press some more.
Hold it!
Well, yes, I don't imagine I'll forget those lips in a hurry either. That is what I'm saying. For some reason, it makes me want to eat. How did Fabian call it an eclair? Oh my god, he's so short that the, this thing is covering his face. You know, I've never seen the hair as black as yours before either. Likewise, I'd never seen red hair like yours until I came to Britain. See, maybe it's a national trait, huh? Maybe all people from this man's country have the grand lips. No, lad, I was born right here on Fresno Street, and I've never left. Oofa, that is the problem, see? So you definitely didn't go to the park on Lime Street that day, Mr. Gossip? Now, how many times do you want me to say it, eh? I never leave Fresno Street, all right? I have no interest in any Red-Headed League. So, you'd heard of the Red-Headed League, had you? You don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business to know what's going off in town. I sold that tasty tidbit to a fair few redheads what came past me. Just between us, I even got sandwich to cough up for it. Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts. Who knows? But as you can see, my own hair's not got a hint of red in it. In any case, Fresno Street's my patch. You won't catch me sidling off to any other part of town. No, sir, not lightly. Aha!
Excuse me.
Mr. De Rousseau. Oh. Oui? Can I help you? Did Mr. Gossip's words now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps? It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park. A small house or something. To be the headquarters of your red-headed league, yes. I visited an housing agent on Lime Street, and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent. What? Mr. Gossip with a housing agent? Oui. He had some kind of contract in his hand, and they were clearly discussing terms. But no. You're mistaken, chum. I've never left Fresno Street, me. Like I said before. You've mistaken me for someone else. Someone with the same face. No, the capo is right. I remember it too. He was paying the man with the banknotes. With notes? Like I said, that wasn't me. I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. So I looked at the name on the papers. And what name was written? Mr. Gossip? No, this man, he lies. He tells you that he has no name. But in fact, his name is Hugh Boone, huh? Is better than Mr. Gossip, I think. See? We've heard that name before. No! Oh, that was the name put down for the room. The crime scene. I'm a peddler of tidbits of information, like I said, on Fresno Street. And that's that. I don't much like folk talking about my personal life. Indeed. And it is not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses. Very well, I shall respect your wishes, sir. The aforementioned name shall be redacted from all court records of this trial, assuming no objections. Yes, objection! Yes, objection! I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case. Good gracious, do you similarly object, Prosecutor Asogi? As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings. Well, I never. In what capacity? Hugh Boone. The name of the leaseholder of the room. Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room. I suggest, sir, that you start talking. Well, all right. I suppose that might be the case, So your real name is Hugh Boone? Well, just between us, I don't like to blow me own trumpet, but there's no finer peddler of tidbits in town. So I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a falling down backstreet townhouse. You do? And once every 6 months, I go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street. I remember now. There were 2 vulgar redheads in there last time. If either of us is a vulgar, it's not to me. Think again, Peppino. Why didn't you bring this up before? It's like I told you already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit peddler as far as everyone else is concerned. No fuss. You will update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone. But his name ain't Mr. Boone either. If I must. So the leaseholder Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered. Has been here under our nose all along. I rent the room where that fellow was found. It's true, for what difference it makes.
Hold it!
So, you live in that room presumably, do you? Looked like nobody was living there. No, I don't live there. What do you think? There's no bed, is there? Just a desk. Then why would you want to rent it? Well, I don't think I should have to say, really. He's smart. Then how about the notice board in there? Which was covered from top to bottom in confidential documents only the police should have access to. No, that board's not mine. The inspector must have brought it along. It's only the other bits and bobs that belong to me, the desk and the chair and that. People don't generally carry enormous notice boards around with them. The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed there in your room? Well, obviously I've not the faintest idea. I mean, it's causing me no end of bother, to be honest. Seems to me that Mr. Gossip, sorry, Mr. Boone, would rather as little is known about his room as possible for some reason. Yes, it does come across that way. More importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. In particular, there's one part of his testimony that's really bothering me now. That's how I'm finally gonna undo this man. I'm gonna undo this man. Am I alone in the world, me? I've no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved? Oh, because this was there.
Objection!
Yes, here we go. If you have no kinfolk, as you put it, then explain why it is that among the sparse furnishings we found this photograph in the room. Ah! I presume as you've been renting the room, that this photograph belongs to you? Does it not? Oh, well... Mr. Boone, drop the pretense and tell the court exactly who you really are. I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler. I keep telling you so. You really don't need to bother with me. Please, just leave it alone. As the man says, leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. Because it's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson.
Objection!
How can you be so sure? Just look at the man. No amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features.
Objection!
But what if we were to look at this the other way around? What do you mean? Yes, counsel, what do you mean? Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip is itself part of an elaborate disguise. Oh! Then hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone? Yeah! Good witness! Are you still hiding the truth from this court? If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be... Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could really be. My lord, defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court. No, please, no. Very well then, counsel. What is the true identity of this peddler who goes simply by the name Gossip on the street? It is Daily Vigil.
Take that!
Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil. No! I don't recall that name, counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil? It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman in this photograph, in fact, this is Mrs. Vigil. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the two red-headed League men. Yeah! And last night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial. Because we'd been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. And that explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry waiting for you at the Vigil residence. Now just you hold on a minute. I don't have the first idea. What I'm talking about? Really? It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise. No, please. Bailiff, bring soap, a sponge, and a wash bowl at once. Mr. de Rousseau and Mr. de Rossi, you will restrain the witness. Oui, my lord. Si, my lord. Oh my god. Wah! No, stop. Get off, please. Don't. So that was really a prosthetic? You didn't get the notif? Anyways, you killed Niall. No, Nilebert. They were fake lips. Oh my god, I thought somebody just beat the shit out of him or something. Rowan, hi. I did both the going live and Twitter. I'm sorry. Good to see you here. Oh my god, they were prosthetic lips. What? I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Well, we are now seeing your true features, I presume. You look completely different. That was a good disguise. Why do you have a completely different outfit? Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face. Aw, he's shy. It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. He's kind of handsome. He was described as having no distinctive facial features whatsoever. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So, witnesses, tell the court, have you seen this man before? I don't believe it, but... See, there is no question. This is the inspector we saw at the park. He is weirdly handsome. Extraordinary. But I mean, Mrs. Vigil's really hot, so I guess it makes sense. On the day of the Red-Headed League enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson, who appeared before Mr. de Rousseau and Mr. de Rossi in the park, was you disguised as the inspector, or rather, was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all? Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The chief warder? Then your career had promise. Why? You would quite possibly have become the future governor of the prison. What on earth have you been doing peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street? Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years? I'm really dreadfully sorry about all of this. Yes, it's true. I am Daily Vigil. And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago? So where did Mr. Hugh Boone come from? Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented. Well, evidently there is a great deal under the surface here. I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment as Barclay's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. But times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street. But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you are the chief warder at Barclay Prison. I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I've never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Boone and rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street, the scene of the very crime we're investigating. Yes, that's right. The place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler and transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine. I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room, but that explains it. But why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons, and without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. So instead, you decided to conceal your occupation from them? Yes. I've made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence apiece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder at the prison. Yeah, that's what I've been thinking. Very true. To have kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment. That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson. What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth? It was some years after I'd invented Boone and begun my other life as a street seller. He, the inspector that is, recognized me one day. Do you mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours? I knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. And from that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. Then one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him. A secret? What was it? I was to impersonate the inspector. It was his idea? What? Impersonate him? We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me. Visit Orgsees tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietress. It was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially. A Scotland Yard inspector? willingly relinquished his identification into your care with intent to deceive. That, as I'm sure I need not point out, is a very serious criminal offense. What you doing, Gregson? But why? What was the point of you impersonating him? I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions. Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, all right? Ever. Even if, well, if I end up a croaker. Tess, how are you doing? In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. Tess, what's up? It became something of a second office for him. So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really... Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. I have tea and a warm blanket, which makes life a bit better. Perfect. Oh, man. Now I wish I'd made some tea. I might do that next time I take a break. Well, that sounds wonderful. I hope you have a cozy time here with us with dramatic court proceedings. Oh, yeah. I'm feeling better. I didn't stream for any but 2 days last week because I finally caught COVID after 3 years, but thankfully it was relatively mild and I could get over it on my own. But and I think even most of my smelling is back, so that's good too. But yeah, that sucked. I think I was on an airplane coming back here from Thanksgiving and there's a dude sitting right next to me coughing without a mask, and I was just like, oh God. That must have been it. Right? Yeah. But yeah, I'm feeling better, so I am like so psyched to get back into Ace Attorney. I was like thinking about this a lot and trying to fight the urge to play it off stream, you know? So I hope you have a cozy time with us, even though this might get really dramatic real fast. We'll see. Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my boon disguise, and then went back as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. Yeah, settle in. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. Damn, he had a wild night. That French guy had him chained to the bed with a collar and was dragging his ass around. Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case. Excuse me? Explain yourself, Prosecutor Asogi. My learned friends, stop saying learned friend. It's annoying. My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered. At the hands of these two red-headed League men when they imprisoned the inspector. Oh God, your slaps are even wimpier than Ryunosuke's. He had to like bring his hands out, like wave his hands out because it hurt. But no, that can't be. Smack, smack. After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day, it was me. Oh goodness. Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with this, the murder of the inspector. And And merci, Monsieur de la Défense, for proving it. What? Ah! Shit. Now, what do we do? Order, order, order! Indeed, it would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim. As proven, somewhat ironically, by the defense. But it was his room. Oh. I hereby call an end to the cross-examination.
Hold it!
Kazuma? Hello? You're the one who just said our case was destroyed, so get over yourself. Pardon me, my lord. Oh, but it's the cool Cosmo music. Alright, I gotta crank this shit up. This music's really good. Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness. Kazuma? What question, counsel? It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time. 10 years ago? The execution of the professor, Genshin Asogi. I want to know exactly what your involvement was. Oh! Answer me, man! One moment, counsel. Is this related to the current case? Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked. Does the defense concur, counsel? Kazuma. You're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual. Poor Kazuma-sama. No wonder he's acting this way. If Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Asogi's last moments, his own father. I know. I do understand that, but even so... Prosecutor Asogi. Do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me. Please. Very well. Then the defense has no objection. I see. Trust me. In that case, you will answer the question, witness. The truth is, I remember very little of that time. You've forgotten? I'm sorry to say, yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. But for some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. That's suspicious. Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? Well, 10 years is a long time. But to have forgotten the reason why he left such an important job. Yes, you're right. And not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know. The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily. Which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. Sorry? The human spirit? It's like if you're too traumatized, you start forgetting shit like I have the last 3 years. Well, Asogi for the last year, me for the last 3 years. I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. So fucking true, Kazuma. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface. So true! And when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed. Or you, are at a mindset where you can take it. I mean, but I really don't. Kazuma-sama. But if it must be crushed, then so be it, because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out, one way or another. Right. Now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth at any cost. Perhaps if I pointed out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him. Should I? Should I present the evidence or not? Should I traumatize this man? Should I re-traumatize this man? Yes. I have no idea how this is gonna go. But this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to take a look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of events. Jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It's gotta be that.
Take that!
Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. Ah, well, yes. In other words, you claim to have left the post of chief warder of your own volition. Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me. Do you remember seeing this document before? No, I don't. This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. A dismissal notice? And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil. What? What? It's mine? Oh my god, his pathetic little slaps are getting me. So you didn't resign from the prison service at all. For some reason, you were dismissed as chief warder from Barkley. No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense. Isn't it? Oh dear, what are we digging up? If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on 17th June, 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Barkley Prison. The 17th of June. Was that the professor's execution? Professor... As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. It does sound familiar. And yet, that execution never took place. The convict, ostensibly executed earlier that day, later re-emerged from his grave. The convict came back to life. In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness. However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments. Yes. Yes. Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on 17th June 10 years ago. And now it's time for you to drag them up. Mr. Vigil? Yes, the whole prison. It was complete chaos. Oh God, his eyes, his eyes! Ah! The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through Barkley like a hurricane. What? Order! Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned? My head, it's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams. Oh, my goodness. The papers. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost. Yes, Enoch Drebber. But surely those reports were exaggerated. There were traces at the scene. Traces of what? In Lowgate Cemetery at plot number 139. Blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there. The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering. I've reviewed the police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigating team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved. Are you suggesting that a prison warder abetted the man's bid for freedom? Yes, and I was suspected of doing it. Was it not you then? Of using that mass murderous execution as a way to help him escape. Was it not you? You did what? I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower. He's spinning faster. Oh dear. I gotta get the Scottish voice on. It's so bad. I'm sorry, Daly. This is serious business, but I can't help you. No. As chief warder, you were responsible for overseeing the execution of Foray. Well, it seems that the fellows at Scotland Yard have a few wee words with you about it. You better pack your things, laddie. You ought to attend in person. Harrison. If you had the chance to change your fate, would you? Oh yeah, and that's one character I forgot to tell you about, Rowan, was the very Scottish chief of the prison. As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew, you're spinning a little fast, buddy. The professor, the most hated killer in our country's history. And I let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over. Holy shit! Kazuma, maybe we went too far. Order! Bailiff, fetch a doctor at once! Kazuma, we broke him! Court is adjourned for today with immediate effect!
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day. Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
Oh! Ryunosuke, why are you being so cryptic? Yo! Kazuma, we broke him. Oh my goodness. Second November, 3:38 p.m. Sholmes' suite. I still can't quite believe what just happened. I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned. And it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to hospital to recover. Right. 10 years ago now. Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret, not his family, not even the man himself, but I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder? Especially because it turns out he's not the guy. He must not be the guy who helped the professor escape. Bruno! Iris.
You were miles away. Anyway, I brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you.
Oh, thank you. Soothing tea, just like Tessa's soothing tea. Oh, I gotta make some later.
You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you?
Oh. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared.
Oh, no, I don't know.
I have a bad feeling about this.
He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, I must leave.
I have a bad feeling about this. I wonder if he's pursuing a mystery, the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. Well, certainly the case he was assigned to got solved.
Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. For the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else.
What does that mean?
He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open up your own, too. But he just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him.
That's so true.
But that's what I like about Hurley, after all.
I suppose that's the lot of a great detective in some ways.
So then, let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand.
Yeah, traveling with Iris again. Oh, do you have time, Iris?
Yes, I finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline.
Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes.
You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline.
You do? Poor Mr. Sholmes. I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Poor Sholmes.
Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation.
Wait, I gotta see this for myself. Wait, but it's still there.
So, how did it go in court this morning?
Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zeeks definitely didn't do it.
Oh, goody!
Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well.
Oh, really?
And there was another development too. Kazuma. Yes, it's quite clear now that Kazuma-sama is not himself. Yeah, no kidding. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed. I agree. I know. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. Yeah. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through. If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Zeeks has to be innocent, you see.
What? The day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out, just by examining the corpse, surely.
Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report.
That is curious.
There are still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zeeks, though, aren't there? Ah, do you mean... I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place? Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he? And it turns out that little room was actually the inspector's secret office.
Ooh, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot.
But then why was that notice board in there covered in all those particular papers? Papers about cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this.
Oh dear. That sounds more like something horribly devilish.
We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late. I never imagined I might have to be investigating an inspector's movements. Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death, but that wasn't him.
Oh, you mean he was doing the same as Hurley?
Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating.
I do wish it had been the other way around.
Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil, in possession of Gregson's identification.
You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi.
Oh my! Yes, you're absolutely right, Iris. But why would Gregson need an alibi? It would appear that the inspector had something to do that he wished to keep secret.
I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips.
The way lover of fish and chips is read. But perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. I think perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies. Well, anyway, if Lord Van Zeeks felt the need to investigate Gregson... Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows.
Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday?
That's right. To ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her to find her missing husband. Only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to hospital? Do you know which one? Don't tell me St. Sinners. Ah, it's St. Sinners. Wow! I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down.
But that's amazing, Runo. You found the lady's husband already.
Well, I suppose I have, by accident. And 10 years ago... Oh, random fact about myself. Oh gosh. I'm like looking around Sholmes' room for inspiration. I've been to Britain once. Wait. No, I feel like I already told this as a random fact one, didn't I? Alright, I'll just say it anyway. So I've only been in Britain once. In fact, it was part of the only time I've ever been in Europe. So, when I was 12, alright, so my mom had, like, the daughter of her friend was working at an American school in Switzerland, and they had a summer program thing, so she thought it'd be like, ooh, it'd be such a cool idea. But I think we ended up thinking afterwards that I was probably a little too young for it at the time, but I went with a friend from middle school who ended up going for the program too. And so I was with my friend and her parents getting to Switzerland. And so then there was like the school summer camp in Switzerland for like 2 weeks. And then the last week, people could choose what program they wanted to go to for like 1 week. And there was like, and they were all themed. Like there was an Italian one for like something, I forget what the themes were now, but the important thing is that the British one, the UK one was for theater, and I had been in the theater program at the summer camp, and I was even in like the play that everyone went to. So I was like, of course I ended up going for the theater one. So I was in England for 1 week. I remember it was like hot and muggy and they had no AC, and I'm like from the desert, so I'm like, why the fuck do they have no AC? And we did see some plays. We saw at least 3. That was cool. We saw We Will Rock You and Blood Brothers, which was a musical that I really liked. And then we also saw Julius Caesar, like the Shakespeare play, and I fell asleep. But I remember I kind of woke up a little bit at the scene where they kill Caesar, and like there was stage blood flooding all over the stage, which was sick. That was really cool, but that was literally the only thing I remember about it. So I've been in England once, but only for a week. And I was in London, so I can say I've been in London, same as these guys. There, you also fell asleep during Julius Caesar. I'm not alone. Oh, I remember I also went on the London Eye. That was really cool. And I remember the Thames was very brown. I've never forgotten that the Thames was like poop brown. Oh, hey Ned, how are you doing? I'm on 2-4. We gotta save Van Zeeks. So anyway, Broen, yeah, that's your random fact. And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. I'm getting to the good part. Oh God, I feel like it's already been really good. There's like an even more intense part than when Kazuma's like, boom, it's me, I'm not dead. I mean, it's all good, but this is all great from 2-4. Oh dear, oh dear. Ah. Oh my goodness. He was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. No! So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed.
Oh, sometimes I really don't want to grow up.
Girl, same. There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be his stand-in, to impersonate the inspector.
To impersonate Gregsy? But why?
I have absolutely no idea.
Oh, Ginny was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now.
Sholmes is definitely up to no good.
Including you, Runo.
Runo's the only one on the straight and narrow, girl. I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me. What? Ryunosuke? what? Ryunosuke's 22 or 24? What was it? He's like the same age as... He's like a year younger than Cosmo or something. 24. 24. Yeah, he's in university. I'm not kidding. He just looks really young. It's Susato who's 16. See, Susato's 16. Yeah, he's been an adult this entire time, Rowan. No. Susato is significantly younger than both Kazuma and Ryunosuke. They're university uniforms. I know they look like high school uniforms, but that's the uniforms for their university that he went to with Kazuma. Kazuma studied law, was majoring in law, and Ryunosuke was majoring in English. You're recontextualizing the entire two games now. All right. It makes a little more sense now, doesn't it? I was like, damn, these Brits don't give a shit at all. They've got a minor in defense court. I mean, given the Von Karmas, it probably wasn't that shocking, right? But no. They're like 24. I forgot Cosmo was a little older if they're at the same age. I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me. That means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. But that sure says a lot that Susato and Ryunosuke can easily be mistaken for the same age because Susato looks so grown up and Ryunosuke has such a baby face. I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me. Susato's right there. Oh my god, good point. But she impersonated him without his permission. Good point. That means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you? Excuse me, that's Ryutaro, his long-lost cousin. Not the same person. Not at all the same person. True. Back to Saint Sinners, then.
Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let us investigate, my dear fellows!
She's been trying to mimic Sholmes lately.
Oh, Iris, you're even more enthusiastic than usual today. If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will set them straight.
That water pistol?
It's stuffed full of piping hot extra special blend of mine.
Oh, that's terrifying. A tea shooter. Ha, get it? Instead of a pea shooter, it's a tea shooter.
And I'm quite sure it will be very effective.
Water gun. Psh. I'd better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Sholmes is nowhere to be seen, but still. He's off being suspicious like usual. Let's go and see what we can find out. Yes! Alright, let's go! A lot of places we can't go right now. Yeah, let's go see Mr. Vigil. Perhaps we should leave Mr. Vigil in peace for a little while. He's only just been admitted. Nah! We've ruined his day already. We might as well go see him now. 2nd November, St. Sinners Hospital, Ward 3. Oh, he's not even here yet. She's right. Patient treatment notes. What do these say, I wonder? Endlessly obliging. I suppose that's referring to the patient in this bed. I would think so. And until Mr. Vigil is a little more stable. It's probably just as well that he has a kindly person in the neighboring bed. The endlessly part is a little worrying, though, isn't it? I mean, what if Mr. Vigil suddenly declared that he'd like to take a trip out the window? It was the one time, Ryunosuke. Would this endlessly obliging patient simply open it for him and say, "Be my guest"? Let's check with the doctor later. Oh god. These must be the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Tendency to jump from windows. God damn it, they're not gonna let this guy live this down. Remember to place cushion at base of wall outside. Are we a story up from the ground? Aren't we a story up from the ground here? Oh dear, poor Mr. Vigil. I can't help feeling that there's a better solution to the problem than a cushion, though. You know, like barring the windows, like how hospitals are nowadays. Finding something you lost isn't always a happy experience, it turns out. Pursuing the truth can be a very dark business sometimes, can't it? Yes, I'm afraid it can. Alright, I guess... Hey, Strongheart, I know you did it, you bitch. Where are you? There they are. 2nd November, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. No arguments, Prosecutor Asogi. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear? Perfectly. Oh no, is he going rogue from your little plan, Strongheart? It's Kazuma-sama. Defying Lord Strongheart by the sound of it. He never did know when to back down. On your way now, Asogi. My lord. Hey, babe. Kazuma. Disappear. Damn. We're never gonna get a chance to talk. He left without saying a word. Hey, bitch. I know you killed Gregson. Yes, what are you doing here? Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions, if you wouldn't mind. He keeps teleporting. Shoo! I wanted Van Zeeks' trial concluded today. Well, sorry! But Prosecutor Asogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary. Unwelcome inquiries? I had a feeling that's what he was pissed about. As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42? 43? Then we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo. In a miraculous not even 5 minutes? Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information. Yeah, I'm not gonna let you get away with this, bitch. Does Prosecutor Asogi believe that Lord Van Zeeks is the Reaper? I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful closed trial, that Lord Van Zeeks made a name for himself among the judiciary. But the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress. The official FF14 account just posted an ad that's a pic of Astinia with the quote, "the hell of a ride" on it. What? What? Oh no, the Astimeric server. Sorry, I have to go see this. What is it, the quote saying like the story is a hell of a ride? Oh my god. Hey! 14 is 50% off, everybody. I feel like there's been a similar ad before, but it's funny with Astinian on it. But that's awful. The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days. So the Reaper's first victim was the case after the professor. Damn. Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe. Goodness gracious. Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey. And people believed Lord Van Zieks was responsible? He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident. So he must have had a solid alibi then. Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences. Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial. And the impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated. That's why you manufactured this trial, isn't it, Strongheart? Because you're the Reaper. Is that why it's a closed trial? Precisely. Oh, so that's the excuse. This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years. So the last one was the professor's, the trial of Genshin Asogi? Correct. Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart. Van Zieks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later. With the son of the man Van Zieks had condemned now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way. They do say that what goes around comes around. However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. Kazuma is? Like my organization, I like my organization to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe. As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others. So that's what all these gears are about in here. If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine, I will be forced to take steps. Oh, fuck. Kazuma, don't die! What? What do you mean? You're gonna have him killed too, just like Gregson, you bitch? Not something with which you need concern yourself. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Okay. Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours. Oh my, that is a long time. And I hold you entirely responsible. Even though we miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes. At least they're self-aware. I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with Prosecutor Asogi? Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside of the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. What, for real? Now go! You can find him in his office. Oh shit! Wait, he's got an office in here? Oh, thank you! Well shit, I wasn't expecting that. Let's go to see him at once, Mr. Naruhodo. Kazuma's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not at all sure I know how to talk to him at the moment. But we gotta try anyway. Prosecutor's office. Wait, he's still in Van Zeeks' office? Because Van Zeeks is in jail, it's turned into Kazuma's office? Holy shit. 22nd November, prosecutor's office. And that's Clint up there. We know that now, I'm sure. So, this is the office of Prosecutor Asogi now, is it? Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself, Susato. Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor, Japanese style, in that dark corner. It's his habit to sit Seiza style whenever he's working. What, so... Van Zeek's desk is just gonna collect dust? Well, it looks like our journey here was wasted. The prosecutor appears to be out. Perhaps we should discuss things with another prosecutor we know first? The former occupant of this room, Second November, local prison, cell 1. Hello, Van Zeeks! Lord Van Zeeks is reading, look. It's like he's a zoo animal.
He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he?
But he must have noticed that we're here, surely. Oh, Iris put that outfit back on. What do you Nipponese want? Hey, Iris is British. That's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? Perhaps not. Hmm? I apologize. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Van Zeeks, speaking earnestly. Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow.
They're ruthless. This does feel very, very strange. Hi, babe. How you doing? I must say, I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see. Yes. You mean your apprentice? It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Played the part? You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, a cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything? But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone is using you. Strong heart. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him, or rather, expose the organization. Ah! It's a whole organization? It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case, which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved. Someone at... You can't mean... It's taken me many years, but I've finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. No, it's not Gregson. Tobias Gregson. Are you shitting me? I bet you're wrong. No, no! Gregson? The Reaper? I don't believe you.
No!
Abby.
No! God, please, no! 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 No!
You know, I remember Gregson was the first one who ever told us about the Reaper. That was how we heard about it. But he seemed really rattled by the whole thing. Like it was giving him the heebie-jeebies. I really don't believe it's him, but we'll see. I think he was sent to investigate the Reaper, but well, we'll see. We'll see. Let's see what Van Zeeks has to say. Gregson's secret. So the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper? As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization. I don't believe it.
Are you saying that he was behind all those awful criminals meeting their...
Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself.
Oh.
Okay, well, phew. He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the Marks and plot their assassinations. Yo! Well, I mean... that would make sense. Or that would line up with, what Daily Vigil was, sent to do. Because he was sent off to do, Gregson's surface level work that he was supposed to be doing, while Gregson was doing something else on the down low. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi. Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector. Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings. But we don't actually know who carried out the killings then? Actually, I do have a name. You what? Well, if you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then. Or, if I can name the woman. Oh. She's a young woman by the name of Assassin. Just like feel like they smack me at the upside of the head with an iron skillet, you know? Like Eggs Benedict and stuff like that. But I do remember that Sheen was one of the names on that secret Oh, Gregson's name was there too. Gregson and Sheen were both names on that disc. The government intelligence, the secret government secrets from last game. Both of their names were on there. I think Asa Sheen is the last name we didn't know about. Wait, what? Sheen? Miss Asa Sheen? The true name of a terrifying killer I only know too well. Oh yeah, I forgot. That's her. So she straight up assassinated Wilson. John Wilson. Ah! I had a feeling she was like involved in. Okay, now can we tell Iris? Can we tell her now? I know, right? When's the right time to tell her that her dad was assassinated by an assassin? Oh God. Miss Asa Sheen. The true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey? Well, that would help explain why nobody got murdered after, recently. Because she was never back in the country. Mr. Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss Susato's blocking this again. No, of course not. We can't mention it here, not with Iris right there, because apparently we are never gonna tell her. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson. Because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the man was her father. Yeah! Iris needs to have been told like 6 months ago. I know! God damn! Asa Sheen. I should let father know at once. Yes, I agree. Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asogi. You say he's a friend of yours. My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him. Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. A friend smirking emoji, yeah, exactly. And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father. Genshin Asogi, the professor. It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, in war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. I see. But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Flint Van Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did that damn Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? In spite of having once saved mine. Oh God, this gets even more dramatic? Oh God damn! He saved your life? How did that happen? No. No wonder he's fucked up over this. It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. So he prosecuted the case of a man who saved his life. God, this is so fucked up. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital. So Clint Van Zeeks had already been killed at this point then. Oh God, even worse. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep! You're coming with us! Oh, Genshin. We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Oh my God, and that's Karuma, the sword! Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him. They had no sympathies for his younger brother either. I'd been targeted several times before already. Yeah, it's Van Zeeks, all right, we've got him. I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. But just when I thought my time had come, if I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. It was Asogi's voice, just a whisper in my ear. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. Two days later, they arrested him on suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor. How awful for you. All at once, I lost the brother I revered and the foreign friend I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone. Well, thank you for confiding in me. The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are. I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper, giving assassination orders to Giselle Brett. Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information. I never thought I'd talk to somebody about 10 years ago. Bro, you are literally in a final Ace Attorney case. Well, I know there's one after this, but still. Bro, get some self-awareness. You always gotta cough up what happened 10 years ago.
Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie! Hooray!
Yes, all right. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then. Right, bye. Bye, man Zeeks. 2nd November, Great Waterloo Hotel. Oye. Alright, where's the man meat? Where are you? Where are you, Chigoku? Where are you, Mr. Hell? I thought it yesterday and I think it again today. This place is so princely. It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling that you'll think the same tomorrow, too.
My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though, wouldn't you say?
Ah, look who we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure. Ah, father.
Ooh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely.
What a charming young lady. And you are... Is this the daughter of your best friend who's dead? Is this when we're gonna find out what happened? Is this how she's gonna know? We can't hide it from Mikoto, but I mean... Can we tell her? Please? What a charming young lady. And you are? Ah, really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, are you?
That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know.
Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly and with much interest. Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father. Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes. You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery. After I twisted some arms. Good for you, dude. And I must say, it was a truly exemplary performance. Oh, well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you omitted by Kazuma on the end there. No, please don't understand. It was you who impressed me. You muttered again, you fool. Really? You didn't miss a step against Asogi, and we all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary. It's very kind of you to say so. And really nice to hear. Yes, but somebody's finally nice to him. What I saw in court today confirmed what I've been hoping for. A favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo. I trust you haven't forgotten. Oh, no, you did mention something, didn't you? But first, we have something to report, Father. Of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further? I wonder where Judge Jigoku has got to. I know! I've been waiting for him all this time! Where is he? I haven't seen Judge Jigoku for a while, have you? Guilty! Ah, there he is. But that guilty is still ringing in my ears. No, now you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have gone to explore the great exhibition. That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Jigoku having once been in the dock himself? Ah, yes, it was all tied up with that accursed trial. The closed trial of Kazuma's father. Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand. Ooh! Go on! I've never seen anyone manage to break the witness stand in any Ace Attorney game, I gotta say. Oh my! He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire. Oh god! Well, he sure came back from that, for which he was charged. Oh dear! Although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that. Well, it was all right in the end. He was acquitted and we returned home to Japan together. Now he's like head of the head law guy of the land. Thank goodness. Ah yes, talking of Seishiro. I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday. Please. Oh yes, let me see. Yay! You look, oh my god, Susato is so photogenic. And Ryunosuke is so unphotogenic. Oh, what a lovely picture. It certainly seems to shout, we've arrived in Britain. The commemorative photograph has been entered into the court record. None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we? No, that's so true. Oh, shit. I meant to do the first one first. So, you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me. I'm doing this all out of order. Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting, one way or another, it will be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan. Why do you keep forcing us back to Japan? First Susato and now Ryunosuke? You want me to do... What? Father? What's the meaning of this? Yeah, Susato, get his ass. Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense. Oh, you mean... The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible. Really, quite urgently, in fact. Why? Why so urgent, But I've not even been in London a year yet. I've read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. I'm suspicious, dude. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs. Whoa.
So, you'd be leaving then, Bruno?
But then, what am I supposed to do, Father? You came here to serve as Asogi's judicial assistant. Oh yes, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant. Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with his situation, though. You've always chosen your own path, Susato. And I trust your judgment. In this matter, also. Father! Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand, a hope, if I'm honest, but I won't force you. Please stay in England. All I ask is that you consider it and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes. But why is the deadline so soon, bro? Yes, all right. Stay! Wow.
You won't leave, will you, Bruno?
We can't make Iris sad. Wait, but we need to still tell her dad's dead. We won't make her sad, but we can't make her any more sad than that. The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will. But it turns out that he's still alive, so where does that leave me? Oh, shit. Oh, God. Okay, anyway. I did this out of order. Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey? I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge. Right, he didn't appear until after that case, when the visiting students had already returned home. Lord Van Zeeks, who was in the dock today, that was Barrack, the younger brother of Clint Van Zeeks, I believe. That's right. And he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all those mysterious deaths. It was somebody else. I see. So what you're saying is there's been a professional killer at work here? Exactly. Someone by the name of Asa Sheen, in fact. I beg your pardon. Did you just say Asa Sheen? You mean that Giselle Brett woman who is responsible for killing my great friend? Oh God, Iris is here! Iris is here! Iris is here! Oh God, oh God.
Oh no! A friend of yours was killed?
Professor Mikotoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. Oh no, Iris! Hello, our sour grapes, how are you? Because the friend the professor is talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. And that's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this. Anyway, well, how like then? How are you gonna tell her, I've just remembered something. Biscuits! This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits. That was rather out of the blue. Oh, a distraction. She's doing this deliberately. I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Susato MVP, I know MVP, but also, like, Iris needs to know sometime.
Oh yes! You just try to leave me behind.
Susato is also just so much smarter than Ryunosuke. I assume you're the same age. Yeah, Susato's just badass. She's just the best. So she's like totally the most not 16-year-old ever. So that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she? I thought you'd catch that. Yes, that's right. And she's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great detective Sholmes. But the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see. Her father. Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yume University 4 years ago. But he was murdered last year by Giselle Brett. Why? Why would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father. Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner. What are you talking about? So, it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think? No way in hell. Well, John and Wilson are both common names, after all. God, it's Mikotopa! I swear to God, there's no way this is a coincidence. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure. We need to... us two, we both need to talk to Sholmes. We need to track that fucker down and talk to him. That's what we thought, yes.
We're back with cinnamon biscuits.
Ooh, they smell delicious, Iris.
I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here. Don't you, Susie?
Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with this information about Asashin. Of course, Father. Thank you. I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson.
Oh, good. And please do come to Baker Street anytime. Do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you.
I would be delighted. Best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you? No! Yes, I will. Going back home? No! Not yet. You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this. Yes, no doubt. Asashin. Of course, it's so obvious. How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before we're not— why are you showing up only after Mikotobo left? You fucker? Mr. Sholmes!
Hurley, where have you been?
Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question. I didn't notice you at all. No matter, no matter. Anyway, the more pressing concerns, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of much urgency. To Japan, you mean? Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly now, who? Well, talk to Mikotoba. Hey, it's a perfect opportunity. Well, my father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself. Go talk to him. I see. Well, he looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow. You totally know him. Come on. I don't think what father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes. There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to see the scent. I will, but what is it? No questions at this time, if you please, Mr. Sato? All we can do is pray that for once, my deduction is awry. What the fuck? Doesn't that imply that your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes, which isn't exactly— Well, now then! You may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversations. You motherfucker! So that's what joining us for tea meant. I leave the sending of this in your hands then, my dear fellows. Well, what if you overheard the Dr. John H. Wilson thing? It's fucking— Stop for 5 seconds. We need to talk. There he goes. Wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes.
He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace.
And he left the unpaid bill for his tea— Oh my god! For his tea behind, too. It just keeps piling up. I must catch up with father at the telegraph office at once.
And I'll run and call us a cab straight away.
Shoo. Everybody runs off so fast. And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. Oh, he got Phoenix righted. Well, okay. Maybe Mr. Vigil is... No, maybe Kazuma's back. November, prosecutor's office. There you are. Kazuma. I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I? Sorry? That you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer. Well, I always believed that you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. I just never imagined for 1 second that it would be as a prosecutor. Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom, so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama, I'm truly happy for you. And I'm truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotaba. Ryunosuke, I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisaged it, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate. I've learned a lot of things during my time in London. About how Susato-san's father was himself a visiting student here once along with Judge Jigoku, and about what happened with your father. Then you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice, why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. I want to hear it from you, Kazuma. From your lips. As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Ah! What's going on? Ah! We're having a talk. It's getting on for a year now, since what happened on the SS Burya. Getting spicy, I know! We were heading across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain when a bizarre series of coincidences? Series of coincidences? Series of coincidences led to those tragic events. I thought I'd lost my best friend forever. Yeah, I thought you broke your neck. Was Sholmes lying about that too? I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on a bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize that I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up to the onto the deck. Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point? Yes. I didn't know what had happened or where I was. There was just this voice in my head. You have something you have to do, someone no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship and we were docked in a large port. It must have been Hong Kong. Yes, it must have been, presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain. Funny enough, the ship was going to Britain anyway, but what were they gonna do with you? If they were taking your body off and you weren't dead, Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realize now that I'd escaped as a dead man, with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course.
Oh, how terrifying for you.
Luckily, though, I had 2 feathers in my cap. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose. That's right. And on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now. Damn, you were at that for a while. Your formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. What was the other feather in your cap then? I mean, the man had lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name. But he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. Of course, I had no idea why I'd moved heaven and earth to get here at that point. So, how did you end up becoming Lord Van Zieks' apprentice then? That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard. And by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play.
Would that have been your knowledge of the law?
Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. He knew exactly who you were, though. And then, 9 days ago, you finally got your memory back after the trial involving Drebber. Yes, I did. Ever since I first met you at Yume, you talked about your dream. Mark my words, Ryunosuke, I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday. Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here? 16 years ago. Oh, little Kazuma! When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. Oh my god, the tie to his hair is like blowing in the wind like his bandana. Holy shit. But what I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Mikotoba, your father, Susato-san. Oh my! Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at Yume. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd told me. Oh! Then one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it, assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life. What did it say? It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asogi name.
Oh no!
As a result of that letter, was that from Van Zeeks then? What? As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. Whoa! Presumably, the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. If whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary, he could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. Well, Van Zeeks was certainly a part of that trial. I'm so sorry you had to find out that way. I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. But someone knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment. Was always going to be a problem.
But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing?
There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree.
Well, what did my father have to say about the letter?
I couldn't bring myself to show it to him.
What? Why not?
Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done it out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jigoku. Ah, to the other visiting student. He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily, before recovering his poise. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. So that was your other mission. The truth about my father, Genshin Asogi. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was... It's clear that the inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along. What? What do you mean it's clear? What? You mean you knew? What? Is it because he was working with Van Zeeks? The real question is, who's been giving orders to the inspector? Strongheart! Yes. What? No way. God damn it, Kazuma. Yes, Barrack Van Zeeks is the real Reaper. And I know that 10 years ago, it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave. No, he was merely seeing that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame. Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool that they use to do it. And when a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life. Why did you cut his wax model in half then? Like, because it was showing him as the dreaded professor? You were cutting the image of the professor? So you actually believe in your father that he didn't do it? Yeah, okay. Things are starting to make a little more sense now. Kazuma. On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. Yo, for real? What? Man, that would rock Van Zeeks' whole world. Oh, man. Hazuma, what do you make of this? There's only one place where defense lawyers and prosecutors should discuss evidence, the courtroom. So it seems you're still confused by the situation. Kazuma, don't be mean. I just wanted to show you something. That's what I make of it. I get the feeling my friend's always going to have the edge over me, isn't he? But what about this? Kazuma, this is your armband. Actually, I think it's yours now. Sorry? You're the defense lawyer. You have a talent for it. I've always known that you would. And now you've chosen to take that path in life. As your friend, I couldn't be happier for you, or more proud. Kazuma. So you keep hold of that. Besides, I'm a prosecutor now. That armband would have no meaning for me. You don't have to stay that way. Well, if you're sure. Thank you, my friend. Damn. Okay. Well, bye then? I guess there's nothing else he would look at, I'm sure. Alright, I'm gonna leave you guys with this Grand Van Zeeks music for a bit, and I'm gonna take a little break. So if you guys need to take a break too, get some water, absolutely, go do it. Alright, I'll be back in a sec. Alright. I'm back with tea. I'm pleased to report I think my sense of smell is completely back. Because I remember what alerted me in the first place was, I had this beautiful jasmine green tea, and I couldn't smell it just a few days ago, and now I can smell the jasmine and everything. Ah. Also, I'm reeling, like... If Genshin Asogi wasn't the professor, then that would be so fucked up. Man. Man. Okay, let's see here. I wonder if Cosma isn't a little suspicious of Strongheart. They're not asking enough questions about Strongheart, I swear. When is it gonna dawn on them? Alright, let's check. Maybe we can see Vigil at the hospital now. Yay! 2nd November, St. Sinners Hospital, Ward 3. This is the ward where Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently. To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. Ah, the lawyer. Hello again. Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil? Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. I'm so sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you'd obviously tried to forget... The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago, too. You just missed him. Damn! Well, I was just talking to him, so he must have really hustled. Oh, Cosma beat us to it. He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. Well, that's good at least, Kazuma. But the truth is, I brought all this upon myself. Please, don't think like that. Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years, I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well. You mean about your dismissal? Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as his stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help. So perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along then. I'm sure this is just deserts. I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but... It wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me! I swear it! I swear it's true! Oh, Mr. Vigil! I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but... if possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened? God, he looks so fucked up, with his eyes and his neck. I want to. I need to get all this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done. Oh God. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. Details of the Reaper's marks, yes. It was when he had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him. He'd pretend to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf. Oh no, never! A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. Just something to leave an impression so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here. So that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident? Yes, he asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence.
But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters.
Yes. So, you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud. That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes.
Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though.
And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. The following day, they kept their word and released me. Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however, we had arranged to meet in the Fresno Street room at 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector. But at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. It was at midnight on 17th June, 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution. But the professor's execution never actually took place, did it? Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to effect the plan of escape. I hardly dared to imagine what a chilling plan it was. Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole, something that was never questioned. I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct? Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in the Lowgate Cemetery just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin, as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork having checked the coffin and nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut. Now, isn't that suspicious?
No!
I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. So, you mean the coffin contained... Yes, I can only imagine that Asogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken out through the main gates and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery.
Presumably, there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long.
So in the early hours of the following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free. But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder? I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Asogi couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me. Obviously you knew the man then? The professor, I mean. Genshin Asogi. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. That's suspicious, too. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it? It was a time of delicate diplomacy when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. The man had less than a week in total. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience. What do you mean exactly? He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day. Those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible? I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. Huh? But that's rather vague wording. He could have killed a person. The following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. Guilty. That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something unusual. Something unusual? What? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. What? As I said, it was on the night following his trial, after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Asogi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. Ah, his last will and testament then, presumably. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back. But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh? Yes, that's true, but there were special conditions to Asogi's incarceration, you see. What sort of conditions? Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception. Really? He was allowed his things? That is unusual, certainly. Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy. But at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that be were determined that his final days shouldn't be so needlessly uncomfortable. And what was the exception you mentioned to the personal effects he was allowed? That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. That's suspicious. Specifically, no pens or paper. Why wasn't he allowed those? That's suspicious. So, he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him? Yes, that was the long and short of it. I have no idea where he obtained that paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back and then he pleaded with me. What did you just hide behind your back? Please, please turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline. But you know it's against the rules. You're the only person who's seen. If you just agree to keep quiet. All right then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. This is getting spicy. How can a will be a weapon? So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing, and I let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without trace. What? What do you mean it vanished? It would seem that this isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will. I was the only person who saw Sogi's will, but somehow it disappeared. It was after Asogi's execution.
Which was actually an elaborate jailbreak.
The warders gathered up Asogi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see. So that's how his sword got back. To poor Kazuma-sama. And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean. That's right, though I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Caden was livid. He was screaming. It can't have disappeared completely. That doesn't quite make sense though, does it? In what way? Well, we'd understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. Yeah, that is weird. In which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it? Oh yes, you're right! I really don't know how he knew. I think we need to talk to him. But it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was the Asogi papers. The Asogi papers? I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened. Your dismissal and the way you blocked it all from your memory. I'd forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though. Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful. Wow. I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but... No, not at all. Thank you again. But what will become of you now? Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. I'm so sorry. Don't be, please. This was all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come. Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. Damn. Ah! Before you go, there's just one thing. Oh, yes? What is it? The Asogi papers. I'd be very grateful if you'd make no mention of the things I told you about them. Presumably for some good reason. It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I'd remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think. They might come after you next and kill you next. I understand. Ah! Some sort of will that Genshin Asogi penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder, perhaps that has something to do with his plan to escape. If there's anyone who might know more about a document that Cosmo's father left behind, it would be Mr. Vigil's governor. It would be Mr. Vigil's governor. But we were just told not to mention the papers. We gotta think of a good way to hint this. Then we know precisely where we must go. Like, please don't tell anybody. All right, Mr. Caden, what about these papers? Where are they? Poor guy. Look at him. His headache. Feel a strange connection with this place, knowing it's where Father studied all those years ago. There it is. Second November, Barclay Prison. Governor's office. Oh, back again, are you? Yes. Hello. I've heard all about your investigations. I read the report just now. You found him, eh? Vigil. Yes, luckily. Well, anywho. The laddie does no work for here no more. So your case is naught to do with Barclay. Yeah, I wouldn't like you to get the wrong idea about that. Of course, yes. Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so... Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chop. Aye, Kimmer. You can very well, so... How about a wee handcuff biscuit? Oh, they really are like little handcuffs. And as hard as irons, too. So, what's brought you down here the day? Well... Yeah, you just noticed the guillotine clock. Yeah, you were gone for that. You want the guillotine clock in your house? That would be too scary. Well, it would be too scary if it was in my house, but... It's got a hole. Would you behead objects? Like... Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually. Is that so? We believe there might have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Asogi's cell. Oh god. Oh god, you really would behead dolls and things. God. He just told us not to tell anybody about it. We're like, hey, do you know about this? Huh? We believe there might have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Asogi's cell. I think it's been called the Asogi Papers or something. God damn it. You were just told not to tell him. Did I no say Gregson's death is now to do with things that might have happened at Barclay? Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not fool Abu with irrelevant details. His expressions changed completely. We're clearly onto something here. Well, I'm not gonna back off. Just, we didn't hear about it from Vigil. Let's just make that clear. That murderer's botched execution and the whole miserable escape. They were Barclay's darkest hour, a shocking embarrassment. Because the convict had a collaborator on the prison staff, you mean? Aye, for shame. Coroner who confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Scythe. And my chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair. But that's not true!
But Mr. Vigil says he didn't know anything about it.
The rascal wouldn't say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs?
Oh, how could I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet.
You can have too much iron in your diet, actually. But maybe medical science hasn't gone that far. When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what had happened, he was so despairing he jumped out of your office window, didn't he? I didn't like to say, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it. Do you not think he wouldn't have jumped from the shock of his crimes being exposed, eh? I do. You wouldn't say otherwise, though, would you? Of course, I shun all responsibility myself. I shouldn't have let him deceive me. Like that kid in that one Junji Ito story? Wait, which one? Actually, there was barely anybody that kens what went on at the time now. With Gregson having been murdered and Dr. Scythe forbidden from having any visitors. No visitors? Someone obviously doesn't want her giving anything away. Yeah, Strongheart. With the nails. I don't... Oh, okay, I know what you're talking about.
Well, we're not going home empty-handed.
And I wouldn't have dreamed of sending you packing with no, Kimma. Here, take a handcuff or two.
Oh, well, it would be rude to say no. Wouldn't want to become an anemic.
I suppose if there's anybody who might still can about what happened back then, it'd be that last from the forensic division, Maria Gori. Maria Gori? Hey! That's the other... Look. Maria Gori was the coroner who didn't put down Tobias Gregson's time of death. Have you asked about his fucked up bird? And that his cage is like criminally too small. Yeah, look at that. Maybe he'll let me, he didn't let me examine things before. Maybe we can now. Maria Gori? Aye, Scythe's daughter. Oh! That's her daughter, huh? That's Maria Gori. Why does she have a different last name? Did she get married too? She didn't have no more. Just the one. But the wee bairns followed her in her mam's footsteps. You didn't ever seen her without a scalpel in her hand. Right, she was racist. I remember her. Ah! Right, the scary racist girl. Mama? What is this? Ah! Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? I knew she was gonna come back up. Dr. Scythe's daughter, Maria Gori. We could do with talking to her. She was racist, I remember. Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down? God damn it. Gore. So she's Dr. Side's daughter, but her surname is Gory? Aye, there's some family history, I'm sure, but I didn't ken the ins and outs of it. She grew up watching her mam work with the bodies of folk who died in strange circumstances and decided to do the same with her own life. I understand it myself. Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother. Perhaps. Anywho. She was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe. Right, and the coroner responsible for this incomplete report. Someone told me once that the wee lassie always loved her mam's stories about cutting up bodies. There's even a rumor that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby. Frightening. Well, then perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago. Aye, I'd say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us. We really need to speak with Miss Gory herself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much. I'm no happy about any part of this. It took years for Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business. And you know, give up on this, laddie. Stop asking pointless questions. I'm sorry. I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone. And you know, just stay away, new. Leave me alone and didn't come back here, eh? Oh, before you kick me out, let's examine some things. Stella, why are you in front of the TV? Get down. I'd never have expected to find a parrot in a prison. It must be the governor's pet. Given where we are, it's hard not to see the poor creature as a prisoner. Let me out! Didn't kill me! Ah! Has the bird learned to mimic the plaintive cries of inmates in the cells? Oh, no! He was one of 3 siblings, you see. And he still calls out the names of his 2 brothers like that all the time. That's terrifying. Right. Let me out! Didn't kill me! Aye, aye, I hear you, laddie. You want your dinner, eh? Didn't do it? Oh my god. Well, now we have to cross-examine it now. I know! I know! Where's Polly? Is this Polly's ancestor? This grandfather clock is fitted with a terrifying blade that keeps dropping down. It's modeled on the guillotine, a French execution device. You might have heard of it. And yes, before you ask, it can chop heads off, you mean? Havers, no, carrots and parsnips and so forth. Oh, still seems terribly dangerous. Someone could just stick their hand in there. If you place a large carrot at the bottom there in the morn, by evening it'll have been cut clean in 2. Well, a blade must have an almost... The blade must have an almost indescribable edge on it then. Oh god, okay. Well, how do we go see her? I'm sure we'll get let in there sometime. Well, we haven't been back to the crime scene yet. 2nd November, room on Fresno Street. Oh, there's nothing to do, no people to see, just same old stuff. I mean, I could examine all this, but I feel like there would have been a scene. Well, if I'm stuck, I'll come back here. Shit, should we be like, strong heart, where's Maria Gory? Nope. Is Sholmes back? Can we talk to him? No, just Iris. Hello? Hello? Yo. 10 years ago was fucked up, huh? Oh, can I present him anything cute? Not really. Oh yeah, this is interesting, huh? What's that? Ah, it's just something I was hoping to ask your opinion about, that's all. It's a serious crime for the defense to attempt to extract information from the prosecution by illegal means. Bro! I think we have more of a defense and client relationship now, don't we? That's it? Okay. Oh, it's the same thing. Okay, he's just gonna say that to everything. Okay. Kazuma? He's still here, but... Did we actually get any evidence? No, we were just told about the Asogi papers. We didn't actually get any new evidence. I'll examine him. Hey, buddy. Well, at least he seems to be on the mend. You know, his disguise as Mr. Gossip really was really quite masterful, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. I can't remember anything about it except for the floppy lip. I imagine not even his wife would have recognized him. Perhaps. But did he really have to take it quite so far? Alright, I'll go look around the room. There are details of cases stretching back over 10 years on this notice board. Yes, a history of Lord Van Zieks' defeats in court. I don't think that's an appropriate description. Although, when you consider everything on the board, it's certainly true that all these people had a background of dubious dealings. And in the end, of course, the board itself concealed the inspector's own death. Oh my, it really doesn't bear thinking about. The photograph of Mrs. Vigil. Realizing the identity of this lady was a very great clue to exposing Mr. Gossip's true identity. He obviously loves his wife very dearly, which is why he felt he couldn't tell her the truth. The transformation was incredible, wasn't it? Just from that big twisted lip. Yes, he went to extraordinary efforts to play the part of Hugh Boone convincingly. Although, it didn't really seem like it was much of an effort to me. Now you say it, I have to agree. And almost as if that was Mr. Vigil's true character. People really are very hard to fathom at times. This revolver, just who does it belong to? Well, we know it's of the type issued to members of the police force and judiciary. But Gregson's own gun was found on his person. And of course, Lord Van Zieks has admitted to losing the firearm with which he was issued. Such absent-mindedness, not dissimilar to you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm starting to think the cold, hard prosecutor and I could become friends after all. Hey! I wish you every success. Me too. I'd never have imagined that this little figurine would turn out to be a watch-winding key. I suppose it's a policeman because the pocket watch was a gift from Scotland Yard. It seems there was much more to Inspector Gregson than we ever realized. He was clearly a brilliant man. It's the fish and chips that threw us off. I feel as though it ruined his image. I really don't think we should blame one of Britain's staple cuisines. But think about it. Imagine if it was Mr. Sholmes. How would you feel if instead of that old briar pipe that's always in his hand, Mr. Sholmes had a bag of chips? Rather disappointed, if I'm honest. Exactly! If it turns out that Gregson didn't actually die here at all. Hydrate, thank you. I was just about to. Thank you, Rowan. And stretch. Okay. Big hydrate. Alright, stretchy. Shrimp check. Yeah, I was probably shrimping. Alright, I am unshrimped. Hopefully you guys can still hear me okay. Stella's bothering me, no! Kitty. Alright, where on earth could he have been killed?
Well, one way or another, we must find out, for the inspector's sake. You know, you look awfully pale again today, Mr. Naruhodo.
Sorry. When I start thinking it all through, I conjure up some horrible images in my mind.
You're such a wuss. Your imagination is the culprit here, then. Most certainly guilty.
It catches your eye as soon as you enter the room, doesn't it?
It's such a bright color, it certainly makes an impression, yes.
They can't possibly commit any crimes, can they? I mean, redheads stand out like a sore thumb. What the heck? You're saying redheads can't commit crimes because they'd be seen right away?
I'm afraid with our jet black Japanese hair, we stand out almost as much here in London.
I suppose that's true. I wouldn't call your hair jet black, Susato. Just for Yunosuke's.
You mustn't think of committing any crimes, Mr. Naruhodo.
I wasn't! Using a candle as a timer device. Very ingenious, I must say.
Yes, the culprit arranged it so that the firecracker would be set up at 5 o'clock, and then left.
So that a loud bang was heard at precisely the moment Lord Van Zeeks arrived, yes. If only he hadn't picked up that gun from the floor. Edgeworth move.
Something you probably told yourself once upon a time, I imagine.
Uh-oh! Uh-oh, good point. Yes, I've learned that lesson by bitter experience. I would have turned and run a mile for sure. Which may not have done you any favors either. This is all the same. Alright, well, that didn't get me anything. I guess I just gotta go everywhere. Maybe there's something I gotta show to Caden. Oh, shit. Okay. 2nd November, Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Oh. It's just the what to do kind of thing.
Are you all right, Mr. Naruhodo? It's rather unusual to find ourselves here in the middle of our investigations.
It's just occurred to me that I might have forgotten something when we left this morning.
Please don't worry. As long as you continue to investigate thoroughly, you won't go far wrong.
Oh, yes, of course. I must get back to work as soon as possible. Okay, I get it. Nothing here. At least I don't think. Just Iris. Right? Sholmes isn't hiding in plain sight somewhere, is he? Okay. Nothing here. Nobody here. Let's try to see if we can show Caden something. Oh shit! I never talked about the Asogi papers because I went to go drink some tea. Oh my god. So silly. How did you come to ken about that, Letty? Nowhere. Certainly not from Daily Vigil. There's no many folk even here in the prison who have heard of those papers. Ah, well, I can't tell him Mr. Vigil told me.
I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir.
Yeah! Yeah, Susato! Let's go! We've been led to believe the papers are actually a last will and testament. Is that right? The professor's, or rather, Genshin Asogi's. Aye, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy. Oh, is that the end of the silent treatment? But then after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it? Havers, no, you're off the half-cock there. I think you didn't quite get your facts straight. It was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been. Oh, not what we heard elsewhere. Let me just have a wee hulk around in here. I'm sure I can find it. Aye, here you are. See? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi, written with a calligraphy brush. Of course, I cannot read a word of those Japanese squiggles. But I mind it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his homeland. Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it. So these are the Asogi papers? Aye, of course they are. Papers written by Asogi, no doubt about it. There's no mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. There's something you're hiding. There's something else. After all the stramish of the slicer of an execution. We sent the man's possessions back to his clan in Japan, and that was the end of it. I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo, just in case. Oh, let's take a look there. One thing before you go on your way, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Those papers are naught to do with Gregson's death. I'd prefer it if you didn't make no mention of them outside this office. Or rather, I wouldn't just prefer it, consider it an order from the highest levels of our government. Then why didn't you just have them lying around in your office? Why weren't they, like, locked up in Scotland Yard or something? I understand. Shit. Anyway, let's take a look at this. The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son, Kazuma Asogi, in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land, in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again. But I regret nothing about my chosen path. God, it would be so fucked up if he was not the professor. There's something else. There's a third paper or something. Why would that be so sensitive? It's just giving his stuff back to his son in Japan. That's not sensitive. Makes perfect sense. There's a missing page. Alright, well. I guess we can show Vigil, unless he's just sitting there and doesn't want to talk to me anymore. Yeah, he doesn't want to talk to me anymore. Hey! Kazuma! Check this out! What the hell is this? One of those... What do you mean chick games? What do you mean chick games? Anyway, hello Reaper, I'm playing Ace Attorney. Game where you be a lawyer. And it's getting really good. Check this out. Kazuma, what do you make of this? Oh, he's still gonna pull the prosecutor thing. True. Man, even though this would be very good for him to know about, he's like, I'm not gonna know until we're in the courtroom. Like, okay. Maybe I can show... No normal guy would be caught playing it if normal exists anymore. Are you kidding me? Ace Attorney is cool, okay? What's that? Ah, it's just something I was hoping to ask your opinion about, that's all. Oh, this is the same thing. Nope. There's girls too. Though there are a lot of hot guys in this game, there are girls too. We have to go find one, actually. I'm not sure where to find her. Hey, do you know where I can talk to Maria Gori? Oh god. Oh god, where do I need to go? Oh god, where do I need to go? God damn it. Well, now I'm stuck. Maybe I gotta go talk to Hayden some more. Or let me show him the papers then. Governor Caden, would you have a look at this? Oh, wouldn't you rather have a wee handcuff biscuit? Oh, no thanks. I'd rather you just cast your eyes over this. Or maybe you prefer real handcuffs, eh? No, no, neither for me, please. Lovely offers, though. Goodness gracious, Ryunosuke. Oh god, where do I go next? See, look, a girl. She's just a teenager, though. Yes, it's more like a detective game, except you play a lawyer. You do investigate. I'm in the middle of investigating right now. But I'm a little stuck. Yeah, it's a detective game, except I'm a defense attorney. So I'm kind of looking for stuff on behalf of my clients. Gathering evidence and such that the police are missing. Oh my god, what do I do? Talk to me, bro! No! No, it's not a chick game, it's a point and click game. He's not gonna do anything for what I'm... Maybe I should examine the room? Maybe about Clint Van Zeeks? Do you know who the man in the portrait is? Why would I? What? But you're Lord Van Zeeks' apprentice! Yes, apprentice, not friend. And during the time I was suffering from amnesia, I didn't even notice that picture. Oh, really? I mean, it's not the smallest picture. So go everywhere, click on everything. All right, I'll click on everything, fine. I mean, I can also present things to people and things like that. I wouldn't have the first idea what the man decorates his office with. Okay, fine. What about your little disc over here? Oh, I can't even examine it. Are you sitting here now? There's Lord Van Zeek's incredibly stylish desk. It's not my style, though. No, I noticed you've been working at the little table on the floor, kneeling down Seiza style. I thought it was some kind of punishment set up by Lord Van Zeek's when I first saw it. I find it the most comfortable way to work. I can't do it. After a couple of minutes of sitting with my legs folded under me, they start to go tingly. Don't exaggerate, Ryunosuke. We both know you can't even manage a minute. Oh, get him! God damn it. Oh god, like that. Can't even last a minute. Oh no, Kazuma would know! Oh, Kazuma would know! No, I'm just kidding. I can't even examine things in here, so... Let me see if I can show anything. Maybe there's something I can examine in here. That's where the papers came out of. That's a very large cabinet full of papers, isn't it? It's labeled Inmate Register. Look. All the files are in alphabetical order. That's 50 years worth of records of Barclay's inmates. Whether or no they left alive after serving their term. All the details about the crimes they committed are recorded in there, like an epitaph, you might say. A record of crimes and punishments. How dispiriting. And yet, this man seems to be enjoying tea and biscuits as he talks about it. I suppose these are all former governors of Barclay Prison, are they? Either that, or former inmates who the governor has sent to the gallows. Oh dear, they all have such severe expressions. I really couldn't deny either possibility. Especially the one on the extreme right. His expression goes beyond severe into a whole new territory. That one's me. I'm terribly sorry, sir. Is it a prerequisite of the job, perhaps? Having a severe expression, I mean? Of course it's not. Although, it is taken into consideration. Oh my god. A lot. An axe, a hunting rifle, and 4 pairs of handcuffs. That's a daunting collection. Ah, there's a story behind every one of those. You mean the rifle was a famous killer's murder weapon and the axe was wielded by an infamous executioner? And the handcuffs were once used to immobilize a fierce 4-legged beast when it was arrested? I think you're in the realms of fantasy now, Mr. Naruhodo. Not those kind of stories, Jimmy. That axe was the one I used to chop down the cherry tree at my house. Mrs. Caden wasn't the best pleased. And the cups on the left are the ones I caught my first burglar with back when I was a bobby. Oh, of course he used to be a cop. The stories were a little different to those you imagined, I think, weren't they? Yes, to my relief, and in some small way, my disappointment. I guess there's not much else to look at. Maybe this is what I need to look at, but... Let me see if I can present him with anything relevant. Governor Caden, would you have a look at this? Oh, okay. Do you know where I can find Maria Gori? Hmm. No, Cosmo's not gonna look at anything. Maybe I can be like, hey, do you know where I can see Maria Gori? He probably doesn't know her either, though. Oh! This came up in the trial, didn't it? As something a little dubious, I mean. The fact that, well, you got me at a bad time. I just got a little stuck, okay? The fact that no time of death was recorded on Inspector Gregson's autopsy report. Yes, there were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something. Well, considering what the pocket watch had stopped on the scorch marks and the scorch marks on the candle, it's certainly a distinct possibility. The evidence in the scene both point to it. To be honest, it bothered me too. So I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. Can you get us in there? Can you get us in there? This is what I was looking for. Is this what I needed to do? The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gori. If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama— Yes! Tell me where she is! We'd very much like to speak with the coroner, too. Of course, the last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Lowgate Cemetery. Yes! Yes! This is what I was looking for! Lowgate Cemetery by Barclay Prison, you mean? Ah, you know it, don't you? The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life. Asuma-sama. Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today. Yep, that was it. Ryunosuke. I want to thank you. What for? For this. You safeguarded the soul of the Asogi clan. Well, it is a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. My only slight regret is that I never got the chance to draw it before I return it to you. Haruma is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen. Well then, you're a chip off the old block, I'd say. This blade, Karuma, is the symbol of the Asogi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a What?! Is that the Von Karma origin story? Because I know Von Karma's name in Japanese was Karuma. Oh my god. Oh my god. I assume in an American version that's gonna be one of his apprentices in this country who was German. Holy crap. I knew there had to be a connection. Oh my god. Really? Karma? It does sound formidable, that's for sure. Like Von Karma. 16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had this sword forever at his side. Which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now, too. Oh, this is the first smile I've seen from you in a while. And that is all thanks to you. It was an honor. Aww. Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much. Kazuma, you've changed. No, Ryunosuke, I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed. Oh. I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Seeks given what's happened. But the fact is, those events in this case are, well, unrelated. Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure? What do you mean? Never mind. That man is the Reaper, and it's for that reason that the inspector was killed. I'm going to prove as much in court tomorrow, by whatever means necessary. So you really do believe that he did it? Ugh! You're the Reaper! That's right! You're the Reaper. Hey, Abby Shores, it's been a while. How are you doing? Oh, you haven't seen much of this game. Oh, this might get into super spoiler territory if you're concerned about that kind of thing. Actually, no, we're already in super spoiler territory. This is the second last one. This is the second last case of the whole Radius Attorney saga. I think Jelly wants to come watch the drama. She started yelling outside my door, "Let her in! Let her in!" Oh, you'll probably play it years from now? All right, I hope you forget what you see. How am I doing? I'm doing okay. I just recovered from getting sick. I like avoided COVID for 3 whole years and then suddenly I got it. But I'm feeling better, and so this week I'm coming back to streaming and all that. And yeah, it was great to see you. I hope you've been doing well. I can't let you do that, Kazuma. I can't let you do that. I know you'll do what you have to as a lawyer, but I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom. I can't let you do that, Fox. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. I would expect nothing less. Until tomorrow, then, in the Old Bailey. Bye, Kazuma. Oh, yay! Forensics Laboratory! Yes, this is what we needed. 2nd November, Forensics Laboratory. This place really is creepy, isn't it? It got a lot creepier since Dr. Scythe was here. I guess Maria kind of took over.
Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of spirits of the dissected.
But actually, there's a rather pleasing scent of roses in the air.
Well, being a dead room, the coroner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death.
Iris, do you think we could change the subject? Why? We're in an autopsy room. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Ooh. What was that? Dr. Gory? Oh god. Oh god. What? That noise before.
I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly keen edge on them.
Right.
When following the collagen fibers in the dermis, an expertly sharpened scalpel cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Oh, yes, please. I'd love to see.
Iris, no!
Then, I think you'll do nicely.
Huh? No! No, I wouldn't do nicely at all. I mean, maybe some other time. Was that a tut? Well, we came here to ask questions, so... Oh god, scary. Oh god, that's just her default animation, terrifying. Hello? Hello, Dr. Gory. We have actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember.
You're not dead yet.
What?
So Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that.
Well, good. Dr. Scythe has some scruples, at least.
Oh dear. It looks like she's not interested in talking to us, for the time being anyway.
For the time being? You mean until we die? I hope that's a way off. Oh god. Sorry, but can I examine the owl? I will. I'll will. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Surely there's some less drastic way of making her listen. Showing her the autopsy report? Dr. Gory, we actually came here to ask you about this. I will examine the owl, though, don't worry.
He was very good.
Good? Sorry?
His skin didn't snag my blade once. And very little mess.
Don't talk about Gregson that way!
His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with.
Don't talk about Gregson like that! We can skip those details. But there is one thing about the report that's caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded a time of death. Fun fact, in many Native American cultures, owls are omens of death, especially if they make eye contact with you. Oh no! The owl was staring directly at the screen. Ah! God, and the crow, they're both staring at me. Oh god! Oh god! Why are her eyes so scary? That's not my fault. Your eyes are too huge. Oh, that made me jump. Then please, tell us what happened. Oh god, scary. So, why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death then? It's really the most crucial detail. Also, despite their association in many Western cultures with wisdom or intelligence, they have remarkably small brains. We're actually some of the less intelligent species of birds. I did know that. I did know that. They just look they look wise.
I was told not to write it.
What? By whom? Lord Strongheart?
Male Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice, he came here.
Hey, I sure called that, didn't I? It's almost like he's behind everything. Well, that's true too. Although some birds pack a lot of brain power for having small brains. Like crows, they use that space very well. Lord Strongheart came? Ryunosuke, don't end the He said that from the witness statements about the gunshot and the other evidence, it was obvious. Shut up, Strongheart! The man clearly died at 5 p.m. on 1st November when the gunshot was heard. But that's not the time of death you wrote on the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it? Dr. Gory, if you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later, you're going to go the same way as your mother. Oh, get her! Give it here, then. What's she scribbling so furiously? There. You've written... What? What's she written? Tell us! Indeterminate. But... What? Seriously? Girl? Well, small compared to their cranium and compared to other birds their size. Gotta make room for those big ol' eyeballs, I guess. Oh, the owls, yeah. What the heck? What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate? When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh. So the time of death could easily have been coincided when the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy. What discrepancy? There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. And the fish had started to rot. What? If the victim liked fried fish, he presumably liked it before it went off. Liked to eat it before it went off. Well, yes. What are you really trying to say? It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death. Manipulate the... Is that even possible to do? Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction. They froze him? Gregson? They froze him? And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time, then only the fish would have started to rot. With today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not. But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems. But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. And I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device. Yeah, because the police set it up. It was Strongheart.
No, definitely not, but maybe in a factory? Or some other special places?
I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street, though. I wonder if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow. What might the actual time of death have been?
I couldn't say for sure.
But at the most, it might have been a day earlier. No! In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhodo. That Inspector Gregson was killed a day before his body was discovered at a different location. Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility?
He simply said that there were no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity.
Well, maybe he wasn't killed in the vicinity. Maybe he wasn't kept in the vicinity. Oh yes, one other thing. It's something the Governor of Barclay Prison told us. He said that your mother, Dr. Scythe, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution.
The professor.
Apparently, you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work, so we were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago.
That's not all Mama did.
Sorry?
My mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks as well.
That's new. What? Really? The brother of Lord Van Zeeks, the professor's final victim. But that was the autopsy that ended up pinning down Genshin Asogi. And Gregson was the one who called for that autopsy, so Oh my god, she might have botched that one as well on Strongheart's orders. The idea of carrying out an autopsy on a member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then. But the detective in charge of the investigation insisted, and it was miraculously authorized. That detective being Inspector Gregson, of course. Quite an accomplishment for one man. Because it wasn't just him. The autopsy provided the vital clue we needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for that historic event. You got a thing for goth chicks. Oh, so you like Maria Gori. What does all that mean? Although she'd have to ditch the weapons, but isn't that part of what makes it exciting? What does all this mean? You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. Did it? The professor and Clint Van Zeeks. They both spent their final moments before their burial on that dissection table there. So this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events. She really is proud of her mother. You cannot deal with being sliced up and killed. Ah, no, I'm just kidding. Understandable. I wonder if you'd tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Gory. Oh god. The professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay Prison's execution chamber and sign the certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her. But the execution didn't actually take place. No, and worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I knew it! I didn't want to know. Oh dear. You found out recently, you mean? I believed in her, in Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her. You mean because you omitted the time of death on this autopsy report? But that's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it. Just like Mama. I'm sure she was coerced by somebody, too. Strongheart. Yes, that's my feeling as well. There's no doubt that there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. Yet execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Not just one, a lot. Obviously, the prisoner governor must have been in on it as well. Oh, let's get him! The big man with the little handcuffs? According to what he told us, he was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it. Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing. Just who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago? You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks. It was at a time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual. It's still not a practice that's observed in our country even now. It turned out that he was the professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as the secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson? What?
That's right, my daddy.
And there was one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East. Wait. Professor Mikotova was there too? He did an autopsy on Clint Van Zeeks? Wait, a visiting student? It must have been my father, Eugene Mikotova. I had no idea Professor Mikotopa had been involved in something so important.
But the outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor.
Which I'm now starting to think was suspect too. So that's how they came to identify Genshin Asogi as the infamous mass murderer. Do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more? Yeah, nobody's ever clarified that with us.
Would you like to see the records for yourself?
Hell yes! Hand them over. What would that be all right?
What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them?
I like this girl now. I forgive you for that time when we first met and you were racist.
They're filed under V at the back of those cupboards.
With the other records from the last decade. Thank you. Let's see, Van Zeeks. That's strange. Strongheart took them out, didn't he? What, Mr. Naruhodo? They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Zeeks.
There must be.
Perhaps somebody took them away?
No one's allowed to take documents related to the professor case out of this room.
Maybe it was your mother then.
But you're right, they're gone.
Well, when was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember?
It was... Oh yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago.
Oh my god, she looks terrifying looking straight up at the ceiling like that. Sholmes swiped them?
A consulting detective came one day saying that he'd like to see the records.
He stole them? We gotta track Herlock Sholmes down. Oh my god. No, you don't mean...
Herlock Sholmes was his name.
Ah! Deep down, I knew that was coming.
Do you think he stole the records?
Oh no, are you gonna cut him up for that? Oh no, surely not. Iris, that can't be right.
Can it?
Yeah, sorry, Reaper. Herlock Sholmes is Sherlock Holmes. Herlock Sholmes, I know. Okay. So, in the Japanese version, he was straight up Sherlock Holmes. But apparently the Conan Doyle estate is a little stingy on giving out his name nowadays. Because, I think in the UK, it's free domain or whatever the term is, but for some reason not in the USA where this game was localized and translated. So they went with something that the guy who wrote the Arsène Lupin thief stories had Sherlock Holmes show up in one of them, in one of those old novels, and but he wasn't allowed, right? So he just named them Herlock Sholmes. So actually, Herlock Sholmes is a historic way to get around the Sherlock Holmes copyright. Iris? Iris? What aren't you telling us? What in the world is going on here? There's so much going on.
Bruno. I hope you don't mind, but...
What is it, Iris? Iris is wearing a bra on her head. It is a funny outfit.
I just remembered something very important I have to do.
Oh god, we gotta follow her.
I'm gonna have to leave you now.
Oh, this is very sudden, Iris. Well, we'll come with you then.
Oh, no, there's no need. You and Reno can take your time here.
God damn it, Iris, what are you up to?
Bye for now then, good luck.
Oh no!
Wait a minute, little girl. Me? I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you?
Have you, Iris?
Yes, 2 years ago, when that detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then too.
Oh god, is that why she wanted to escape? Because she knows they got stolen? And she's like, I'm gonna run now? Oh god. That's the way it usually works, yes?
Was I? I really don't remember.
Also, she must have been, what, 8 at the time?
Anyway, sorry, but I must dash.
Wait, Iris.
I'll brew up a pot for you when you get home.
Oh god. What's the matter with her? Well, she might have just escaped with her life. Given the way that Maria Gori was brandishing her tools. She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either.
It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. This was really fun. But next time you come, I'd prefer it if you were ready for dissection.
Oh god. I can't make any promises, sorry! It's a bit strange that the records of Clint Van Zeeks' autopsy have disappeared, but I think we've asked all we came to ask now. Alright, let's examine that owl. Let's have a closer look at this. And again, let's not. At least not while she's armed. Oh god, is that... We can't look at anything because she's gonna... Oh my god. Look at this. We can't look at anything because she's being too scary. Well? Girl, where are you going? Iris! She's not here! Iris! So this is Herlock Sholmes' side of the room. And this is Iris's side of the room. She's not up here, is she? No. He's still not here. Maybe we can catch Professor Mikotoba? Of course not. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, he's gone. Oh, Van Zeeks is gone. Okay. Oh my god, he's gone too. I'm starting to have a bad feeling. Well, he's still having a headache, okay. Kazuma's gone. Oh dear. There's something else we're supposed to do at the forensics laboratory then? Yeah, I can't look at anything. I guess we're done here. What's next? Since everybody's gone. Oh, I haven't been here yet, back here yet. That's what we needed to do. 2nd November, room on Fresno Street. Is Gina here? The police are still busily investigating in here then. But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she? Yes, it has been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Don't be mean. Perhaps she's out investigating on her own, practicing what her boss taught her. Well, I expect she'll be back before too long. Shall we wait? Yeah, why not? Actually, what's that case? That wasn't there before. There's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there? Yeah, that green case on the ground. We could always use the time to investigate more thoroughly. Yeah, what's this? What's this? What's that? This little trunk wasn't here before, was it? Oh, it appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. I wonder to whom it belongs. There's some initials on the outside. Look, TG. Tobias Gregson. This could be evidence. Let's ask one of the policemen if they know how it came to be here. Oi! What do you think you're doing? Gina, that's my trunk, that is. Hands off. Oh, you inherited it? Gina! Well, where were you hiding? I don't know. You leave something unattended for a few seconds and every Tom, Dick, and Harry's got his greedy eyes on it. Just a wild guess, Gina, but... What? Spit it out, Odo. Is it fair to say that you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial? What? What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk goes with me everywhere, always has. Where have you been the last year? I don't know about that. Trying not to incur your wrath, mainly. Well, good to see you. You should hear them talking at the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying that it was the boss who killed all them bludgers. Oh, you mean the whole Reaper thing? Yeah. Apparently the boss was investigating stuff that no one else at the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all them criminals what got off scot-free. Yes, the ones prosecuted by Lord Van Zeeks who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction. Well then obviously it was that bloomin' Reaper giving the orders, weren't it? But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings? There was a notebook in his office. Oh no, this doesn't sound good. It had details about all the crimes that have been pegged as the Reaper's work. What? No, did you see it, Gina? Did you see that notebook? They wouldn't flamin' let me, cause I'm just an apprentice apparently. But it was me who found it, and he was my boss. That's right. I was pretty miffed about it, so... Did you steal it? I sneaked a peek at what it said anyway. Oh! That's our Gina. So, you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you? Way I see it, it's my right to read what he wrote. And what had he written, Gina? Dates, times, places, names, and a whole long list of them. All details about the bludgers supposed to have done in by the Reaper. But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps it was a record of the inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities. Exactly! That's what I said! That's the first thing you'd think, right? As it happens, it was full of names I recognized anyway. Well, the Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld. Well, yeah, but there was one name right at the end that was a bit odd. At the end of the list, you mean? I'm pretty sure the date against it was 31st October. Oh, the day before the inspector was found dead. So, what was the odd name? It wasn't like a name I'd ever seen before. It was something like, nah, it's no good. I can't remember. God damn it, Gina. I don't think it was an English name, put it that way. So, it was a Japanese name, I take it? Oh dear. What a pity. It was something else, too. I know if it matters, but the same name kept coming up over and over. Shin. It was. Don't suppose it means anything, but no, that does mean something. Did you say Shin? What? Does it mean something? Lord Van Zeeks knew the name too. He'd mentioned her as well. The woman who actually did the deeds. And now, we find out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook. What do you mean? We haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina? Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating in that. The lads at the yacht are trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened. The day before? That would be the undercover investigation into the Red-Headed League, then. Only the boss didn't go, did he? You found some code what was pretending to be him, didn't you, Otto? Yes, it was Mr. Vigil who actually went to the park on Lime Street that day posing as Gregson. Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. I got me own ways of getting results. Puppy! Yes! When me and me partner here get together, there's nothing we can't track down. Yes! Toby! Oh, little Toby! He's such a faithful friend. So, have you tracked anything down then? What do you think, eh? Of course we have. Can't tell you though. Police business, in it? Anyway, the point is, if you lot ever need any help, you know who to turn to, right? Me and the L-Hound here. Right, because he looks oh so hellish, honest. Oh, look at that little face. The Hellhound. Gina, about your Hellhound there. Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? He's the pride of the force, he is. In Japanese, police dog means something quite different and not altogether nice to those involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems, for a canine at least. It should be. After all, the great exhibition case the other day, it was Toby here who managed to locate Drebber's workshop. Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what the super dog can do, eh? Do we have something the Chief Inspector could catch the scent of, I wonder? Let's see. Oh, where did this come from?
Take that!
Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this. Sniff, 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 sniff. He might be a little too keen, don't you think? Oh no! The Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there. Ah, look what he's gone to. Oh my, that trunk clearly still has a very strong scent. So, it did belong to Gregson then, that wig. Of Inspector Gregson. Oh, yeah, Abby. In other words, it must have belonged to him. Oh, all right, it's a fair cop, I suppose. And you nearly got away with it, too. You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve. Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us? Yeah, that was a bit of a bloomer, wasn't it? That's enough now then, Gina. Eh? I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk. It weren't like that. It just weren't. What are you talking about? I know what's going through that head of yours, but that ain't what happened. All right, then, what did happen? Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So I let Toby here have a whiff of the boss's overcoat. And as soon as I done that, he went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich. To a sandwich, not a bag of chips?
Mr. Naruhodo, I believe Gina means the witness.
Oh, I forgot about that sandwich. Yeah, he had it in between them wooden boards of his, the boss's trunk. That's suspicious. Did he steal it? You mean when they heard the sound like a gunshot and all piled in here?
Exactly, he nabbed it from the scene.
Goodness.
Me and the chief inspector gave that sandwich a good grilling. You know what he said?
I thought it might fetch a good price and the chap wouldn't be needing it anymore, so... But that's all I did. Nothing more, nothing less.
Would you have any of the cheek of it, eh? Stealing the dead boss's stuff to flog.
So Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime, then. How could they?
So anyway, that's how it happened. And it's a pretty decent trunk, so I figured I might as well make use of it. Is there something wrong with that, eh? Well,
maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together. I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you? What do you want about? I am the police. Gina, you wouldn't mind. Could we maybe examine it? Yeah, all right then. Do what you want with it.
thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence.
Yeah, let's go. Toby? What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden?
Mr. Naruhodo, be careful. It must be the trunk.
Oh God, Toby! Ah! Ah! The dramatic music.
Toby, oi, what you doing? You're gonna lick his face off.
Mr. Naruhodo! Mr. Naruhodo! This is like when Phoenix Wright got attacked by that lion. Gina, quickly, hail a carriage. Toby, did Toby eat my face? 2nd November, 4:57 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, are you all right?
F in the chat for Ryunosuke, F. Mrs. Sato. Where the fuck have you been, Sholmes? Ah, conscious again at last. A blessed relief, my dear fellow. Now, can you stay still for 5 seconds? I want to talk to you. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier, most unseemly. What is or isn't seemly is irrelevant here, Mr. Sholmes. I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling? I'm fine, thank you. Get his ass to Sato, yeah. Did you bring me back here? Ah, what's this on my head? A bandage? He really did attack you? Sadly, we had no ice, so that's a compress of sugar water. Sugar water? Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me. Does that work? Oh, thank you. So, let us take tea when you're feeling up to it? Yeah, I want to talk to you about a few things, mister. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup. The bump on my head is throbbing sweetly enough, don't worry. Hehe. Whenever you feel ready, then. Hey, you. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes. My dear fellow, think nothing of it. I must say I was quite startled when I heard that you'd been attacked by a dog. For a moment, I feared that infamous murderer of so many had come back from the dead. You mean the professor? Fortunately, I see your prized throat is unscathed. That stiff turned-up collar of yours obviously afforded some welcome protection. Was I that close to death? All I really remember is the dog licking my face over and over and over again. Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in the future, a little mustard spread on the cheeks should do the trick. I should think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly. What? Okay, I need to check this out now that I have a chance. Let's have a look inside. A lot of stuff in there. Oh, is that the third page? Look, there's something inside. Oh, let's see. It appears to be a passport. Oh, it's his passport. I was jumping to conclusions. Authorizing him to travel overseas. Was Inspector Gregson about to go on a trip abroad then? Yeah, he told you he was going to Paris. Perhaps the date of departure might tell us something. That was... Oh, what is it? It was for travel on 31st October, just one day before the incident. What? Really? Travel to France, yeah. Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered? Yeah, something's off there. Did he know? Oh, blood! Blood! Look at this dark stain here. Do you think... Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood. I knew you were gonna say that. So that presumably means that this was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. It's the most logical conclusion, yes. To think Gina's been carrying this around with her. If you didn't know any better, I suppose it does look like a grease stain from all the fish and chips. Oh god. Oh, hello? A slash? Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind. Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged, whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force. I wonder how it happened. What did that? Oh, there's a little... it was a big knife? Is that a little knife? Do you see that? There's something stuck in the side of the trunk here. It's glinting. It looks like a fragment of metal of some sort. But it's wedged so tightly, I can't remove it. Well, don't cut yourself. You better leave it, I think. That's totally the tip of a knife. Well, that's suspicious. I think that's about it. Police business. One other additional person to travel. He really was gonna... Well, obviously didn't happen because Gina didn't know, but he would have taken Gina within 1 week from 31st October, so it's possible he didn't go then. All right, let's go for tea. November, Sholmes's Suite. What? What? Professor Mikotaba? Is that German? What on earth is going on in here? Am I having a bad dream? Ah, no, that's an old German folk song. Rather a fine rendition, I think. That's the least of my concerns. Iris? Oh god, the tea set broke too, or vase. He's drinking Jaeger. He drank too much Jaeger. Iris, what's the matter? What the fuck happened? Who is that I mean, that relaxed gentleman over there? That's clearly your father. Iris? Is she even listening? Oh, he told her? She found out? Oh, I think you're right, Rowan. Oh, shit. Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you whilst you're singing so merrily, but would you be kind enough to explain the situation? Well, that worked. A grinning gentleman and a mute young girl. A rather tantalizing juxtaposition. And one that appears to have incited the gods of deduction within me to find their voices. Are we gonna do the fucking deduction extravaganza? She's got the sparkling eyes face on. Yeah, we totally are, but it's totally... Susato, that's your father. Ah, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... We're gonna do one on Iris. Man, the strains of reasoning within me are playing now as a delightful duet. One melody sings of a reunion full of nostalgia, whilst the other is a morose theme about the great secret you're trying so desperately to conceal, Iris. She's turned as white as a sheet. So, as usual, you've instantly seen to the very heart of the matter. And by the time my own brief performance is over, I feel sure this gentleman's song will reach its finale. But he's not singing, it's the gramophone. So then, to Music Land, where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray, do enjoy Herlock Sholmes' latest logic and reasoning spectacular. The Great Deduction. The game is afoot. Topic 1. Man's identity. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp of the English language. He's Japanese. As evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparently inability to understand when asked to desist. He's unconscious. So why is the man here at all and in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of this mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. No, that might be why he's unconscious, though. You obviously offered our German guest a cup of your latest herbal blend. The tea's delectable flavor has made the man's spirits soar and resulted in this joyful ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips. I eagerly await the sampling of the flavor myself that I may join the fellow in his state of elation. Now to the next question. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the settee? It's Professor Mikotoba. As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. Oh, so is this a Sherlock Holmes reference? The German and the guy in a mask passed out on the couch? The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gossreich Sigismund von Ormstein, the King of Germany. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. It is? But that's Kazuma's mask. Yes, there can be no question. The mask belongs to the King of Germany. It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him and has decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude. A well-mannered monarch indeed, wouldn't you agree, my dear fellow? 100% wrong. So the identity of this masked visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the Great Exhibition. Oh yeah, small German child is his son. The King of Germany. Topic 2, Girls' Silence. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. A £5 note, I believe, I must say. As your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness, earning yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the king's secret. Wrong. And now, the final piece of the puzzle. What is the secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris? Oh my god, their expressions are so good. Ah yes, we need only follow that brief involuntary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. My favorite coffee cup, in fact. Or should I say the handle of my favorite coffee cup? It appears that His High-Spirited Highness broke it in the midst of his hijinks. Which leads us to the sad truth. My favorite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany! And Iris, you tried to conceal it from me! I shall have a bill sent via governmental channels to the German royal family for its replacement. Oh my god! To hide the coffee. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes's great deduction of this painful puzzle. I mean, I'd probably be depressed too if my favorite coffee cup was like in pieces. This atmosphere is so... With your silence as well, the fellow's jovial warbling rather rings in the ears, does it not? Mr. Sholmes, I must say something does rather trouble me. Pray, Mr. Sato, do tell. His Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived. Ah! And you haven't said a word either, Iris. If Mr. Sholmes has it right, you might as well own up to it now. But he doesn't. Your reasoning isn't entirely without substance, I must admit. And one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Yet another grievance, Mr. Naruhodo? Surely not. Well, I actually read the story of that case recently, the one you were just describing. And according to that, at least, it wasn't the King of Germany. It was the King of Bohemia. Goodness, was it? Yes, that's quite true. Master Gotz, the prince, testified to that in court. In his words, I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. I mean, they're the same thing, but, you know, this is turn of the century. Things were a little turbulent. The formation of Germany being rather recent or still ongoing, something like that. I would ask you to keep that minor error to yourselves. It could easily become quite a scandal. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, That it's our turn now to make some corrections to a number of minor errors that may have slipped in. Yes, even Mr. Sholmes is willing to admit he might be slightly wide of the mark this time. Though it's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something. We need to find out the truth behind this mysterious scene. But one truth is incontrovertible. My favorite coffee cup is no more. So, shall we embark again? On a joint presentation of Herlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular? Yeah, let's go. We gotta do the little dance at the end. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Right, so, firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp of the English language. Not true. As evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. So, why is the man here at all and in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of this mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea, no. So what? It's some mix of herbs that gives you the urge to sing? Goodness, I should like to try some. Susato? And I'd like to hear your singing, but this man... Just how long does he intend to keep up with that tune, you suppose? He's not singing. As I said, he's been stock still the entire time. If you look closely, his lips aren't moving either. Exactly! Ah! So I'm not sure what's actually responsible for the spirited singing. Gramophone! But I suspect the answer lies at the end of Iris's gaze. This is obvious. Wait, this is a gramophone, still rarely seen in our own country. The sound certainly appears to be coming from the horn. But machine singing? That can't be right. God damn it, Ryunosuke. Science and technology are changing the world rapidly, Mr. Naruhodo. What's right is changing too. Oh, it's too much for my brain. Well, at least we found our answer.
Take that!
The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the gramophone. Indeed, for no well-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song when making a social call. In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all. In fact, it would appear that the fellow is unconscious. Ah, the music seems to have stopped now. It needs to be cranked again. I ask you, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish? How should I know? Well, never mind. On with the deduction. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the settee? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gosreich Sigismund von Wormstein, the King of Germany. If my memory serves, the mask worn of this gentleman is identical. Why did Strongheart give like a King of Bohemia mask to Kazuma is my real question. Although we've already established that it was actually the King of Bohemia, it seems Mr. Sholmes intends to persist with his Germany theory for some reason. Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he? Master Gotts? The boy whom you had in tears? Don't remind me, or anyone else, Do you suppose all members of the aristocracy of mainland Europe wear masks? I'm sure they do. Well, probably, anyway. The point is that mask doesn't belong to any king. No, that's right, as we well know. Because we can identify the true owner of this mask. That owner is Kazuma.
Take that!
Yes, there can be no question that mask belongs to Kazuma Asogi. In other words, my memory is sublimely unreliable. Oh my god. Only you could try to make that sound positive. Kazuma's mask has been languishing on this metal chest for several days. Though that doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now. Oh, the trunk got opened. That's where all of Wilson's stuff is. Oh, the notes, the writings, they're all in there. It got opened. Was he taking a look? Was or Iris was trying to get the autopsy report out of there, maybe. That doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now. But it is now a simple matter to determine our guest's true identity. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. We need only to excuse ourselves in advance, gently lift the mask and peer beneath it. It's Eugene Mikotoba. Nah. Yep. I don't know why all of you are shocked. I don't believe it. Father! How did you not recognize your own father? I'm afraid, Mr. Sato, you must be No, I think not, Mr. Schultz. Then it would appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. This mysterious visitor... Oh, yes, let's go, Susato. She's posing. Is my unconscious father, Eugene Mikotoba. Oh, Iris. Logic and reasoning, or just looking and saying? Eugene Mikotoba, yeah. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. So that's a 5-pound note poking out from Iris's knapsack, is it? Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money that we encounter is in coin form. I know. I'm not even sure if we've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all, have we? But anyway, Valder would never have paid money for Iris's silence. He certainly seems like the silent type himself, though, judging by his present state. There must be some other reason for Iris's silence, I suppose. Perhaps what Iris is trying so hard not to give away with her eyes is something entirely different. He's looking this way? Down? Well, I might as well examine the knapsack. Now I think about it, Iris always wears that little bag on her back, doesn't she? Yes, that's right, though it's easy to forget about it because you can't see it from the front. There are 2 little felt dolls attached to it as well. Are there? I had no idea. I don't remember ever seeing them before. Yeah, they were on the, when I was going over the character designs. But they're gone! So the absence of them is notable, right? Is it possible there's always a 5-pound note poking out from her bag that I just haven't noticed before, too? I couldn't say with absolute certainty, but I think it's unlikely. But isn't it odd that they're unless they're on the other side? It's this, isn't it? This metal chest, it contains important documents, doesn't it? And it's open. Yes, details of all the cases Mr. Sholmes has worked on over the years. Written up by Iris's father, if I'm remembering correctly. Iris insists that the chest is kept locked at all times. She's never once shown me inside. Well, its contents are invaluable to her, I suppose, and entirely irreplaceable. But look at it now. The catch is unlocked for once. Ah, so it is. That's hard to ignore. Very. I've never seen that chest unlocked before in all the time we've been staying here at Baker Street.
Take that!
Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that metal chest. An excellent observation, for upon closer inspection, there is something different about the chest's appearance. It's kept locked at all times, yet now the catch is open. Evidently, this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. But it's simple enough matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need to open this chest. Here we go. No! Hurley, don't! What? That's not what I was expecting. So is that exact? Mr. Schultz! Mr. Schultz! Hurley! Is this why people made fan fictions of them? So obviously that's what happened to Professor Mikotapa. So obviously that's what happened to Professor Mikotapa. He got punched in the face. He's dead.
Never! Oh, Hurley, I told you not to open it.
Ah, so you found your voice now, Iris. Yeah, now we gotta, now it's up to Ryunosuke to finish the deduction because Sholmes has been knocked out cold. In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is...
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
The reason is no, God, please, no. This is somewhat different to the usual dance of deduction you would perform with Mr. Sholmes, isn't it? Because he's knocked out cold. Well, he's left me alone in the on the ballroom floor, so I'm going to have to dance this next part solo. And anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this for my own peace of mind. Now then, Iris isn't usually the silent type, so... You mean you don't actually know the answer yet, despite the knowing point of the finger before? Miss Susato, sometimes a man needs to point his finger first and think later. Oh, well, if you say so. I think we'd better examine Iris more closely and try to rescue the situation then. The real reason for your silence until now... Oh, I thought you were hiding something behind your back key. That key, that's a key she's holding, look. I'm sure that wasn't in her hands before, was it? No, you're quite right. It's appeared as if by magic. Oh yeah, see, there's the felt dolls on the other side of the knapsack. That's strange, a big old iron key. Where did it materialize from? Could have been her knapsack. Anyway. Iris always dresses in these frilly clothes, doesn't she? I've always thought this skirt is rather delightful. It's pretty sizable with all those frills, sizable enough for a sizable secret. You seem to be rather fond of that idea. But you certainly can't go investigating further. Does it look like that's what I was thinking? But she could have hid the key in there or the knapsack. But anyway, the key is it.
Take that!
Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is that key behind your back.
Ah!
When Mr. Sholmes was thrown into the air before... Yes, we get to relive it. Just before you called out to try to stop him, you slipped something out of your... Oh, that's why! That's why she wasn't talking, because she hid the key in her mouth. Oh, I see. That something is the key now in your hands. No doubt the key to the chest.
You're so clever, Bruno!
So now it becomes clear. Thanks to Mr. Sholmes' graphic demonstration, we can well imagine what happened here.
But...
Professor Mikotoba also opened that metal chest only to be punched into the air and land sprawled on the settee.
But wait, that doesn't explain all the facts.
What about the stylish scarf and the cup of tea? And above all, why would he be wearing Cosmo-sama's mask? Iris could have put all those there to make it look like... try to cover it up somehow. Well, for those curious details, I can think of only one explanation. Clearly, an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris? Consider how the room was arranged. Oh, that was the tablecloth. Consider how the room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. When Professor Mikotoba opened the chest, completely unaware of what awaited him inside, a mask was flung into the air just as he was, only to land neatly on his face when it fell back to... Oh my god, really? And the teacup's journey through the air ended when it caught on the unconscious professor's finger. Now that's unbelievable. You mean to say that the stylish scarf is actually just a tablecloth? This is the great detective's office, after all, a place of miraculous deductions. Oh, are you? Yes, let's dance. Yes, let's go, Susato. Would you expect anything less? Yeah! Finishing dance with Susato.
Yes, you're right. It happened exactly as you said. Kitty, come on. Brilliant, Runo!
Thus concludes Ryunosuke Naruhodo's great deduction of this punchy puzzle. Oh my god, he's starting to talk like Sholmes.
So then, why don't I make a fresh pot of tea for us all?
Objection!
An admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo. But in the final act of the show there, you rather missed everything of importance. More? There's more? Mr. Sholmes! If you would cast your mind back to my earlier deduction... Iris, clearly you're hiding a great secret. A secret third part of the deduction? This hasn't happened before. Ah! She is? From the look on her face... Mr. Sholmes must be right. Whatever that great secret is, the cat isn't out of the bag yet. So I put it to you again. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. It really is a shame about Mr. Sholmes' cup. It must have been smashed when Professor Mikotoba opened the chest. Oh dear, so many things seem to have been broken here. Why did he just do that? He knew there was stuff on top of there. Maybe he was just gonna open it slightly and didn't expect the great big punching glove to come out. But now that the deduction has taken a different direction, Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore. In other words, her great secret is something else. Let's put our observational skills to work here one final time, then. Oh-ho! What's... Oh, the case file is hidden underneath the plate, the tray? Oh, look, there. There seem to be more papers there. Is Iris trying to hide them underneath the tray? The insignia, Mr. Naruhodo. It's an official Scotland Yard document. What? But why would Iris have... We must ask her. An official Scotland Yard document.
Take that!
You were attempting to abscond with that case file. Iris, as you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective.
Oh no!
We visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today, and Dr. Gorey informed us that the autopsy report of Clint Van Zeeks had gone missing. Clint Van Zeeks? Yes, I do seem to recall that some years ago I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris? You mean it was you, Iris? So those papers you have there are...
I'm sorry.
Forgive me! Oh no, we made Iris cry! I'm sorry, I don't want to make you cry. To hide the case file. Oh dear. Deduction complete. Elementary. In truth, I would like to have thought I could have predicted the booby-trapped chest. But it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting detective Herlock Sholmes. What? Why would a 10-year-old do such things? Hang her? Hey! What the heck? She would have to go to juvenile prison first. She wouldn't be sentenced to death.
Oh, I'm sorry, Hurley.
So you mean this autopsy report really is...
Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important.
Was there something... Try her as an adult? She's 10! Was there something in it that troubled you, Iris?
Not exactly something that troubled me. Something I'd been looking for. When I saw this report, when I saw the writing in it, I knew it was Daddy's.
That's right, he was the lead person leading the autopsy. Oh god. The writing? Your father's writing? What do you really mean? Iris? It must be something that's hard for her to talk about. Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes, what is it? I feel as though the poor unconscious gentleman of the settee has been somewhat forgotten. Right, how bad did he hit his head? Ah, father! You forgot about your father. Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest. Mr. Naruhodo, yes? Would you be so kind as to lend him your bed? We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel. Oh, yes, of course. I'll help you carry him up. So will I. No, I can manage alone, thank you. You have your tea to enjoy. We wouldn't want Iris's brew to stew. I'm suspicious. I still haven't asked you all the questions I wanted to ask you. You're trying to get away with something again. Because there's no better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk. I wonder, perhaps that was deliberate. I think it was. Maybe Mr. Sholmes is making himself scarce. Oh! Make himself scarce to give Iris the chance to talk more freely. Oh! We must use this opportunity to talk with Iris. and find out what's going on. Alright, now before I talk to Iris, I'll leave you guys on a cliffhanger because I need to take a little break. But I'll be back. I probably need to rest my throat a little bit too. I think my throat weakened a little from not doing this for 2 weeks, so I'll be back in a little bit. All right, I'm back. Iris, your daddy? We're finally gonna talk? Rowan, are you here? We might talk about her daddy. You're here. All right. Would you like to tell us about it, Iris? About your father?
I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Hurley's partner.
Yes, and that notes about all the cases they solved together are kept inside that metal chest.
That's right. Hurley told me, you see. He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet.
That's one way of describing it.
Then, when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build up a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like.
No, that's only natural. You're just like any other girl of your age.
I read that Daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied and took my degree too.
Yeah, she's like mega fucking smart and she's already like licensed to practice medicine at 10. Well, that's only natural, I suppose. In that respect, you're not quite like any other girl of your age, though.
But there was one thing that I could never find out. Daddy's name.
Really? Ah.
His name wasn't anywhere on any of the notes that he made about his work with Hurley. But then one day...
That's what happened, is it? So the Dr. John H. Wilson that she wrote on everything was taken from Clint Van Zeek's autopsy report? What? That's what happened, is it? Well, why didn't Herlock ever tell you? Oh my god. That's what happened, is it? When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out. Is that right?
Yes.
So it was the handwriting in the report that caught her eye. Oh, you're in Puppy Bunky? Oh, good luck.
When I saw the writing on that report, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting, I thought to myself.
Because it was the same as the writing you'd seen on your father's case notes?
Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I needed to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. And even worse, I was told that was the first and last time we'd be allowed to even look at it there.
So you decided to steal it.
When I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's.
So, wow, imagine! Professor Mikotoba is wrong about something. And the signature of the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report read Dr. John H. Wilson.
So that's how I finally found out. I learned Daddy's name at last.
I see.
Ever since then, I've called myself Iris Wilson. And that's also when I had the brilliant idea.
So what, were you Iris Sholmes until then?
And that's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Hurley. I decided there and then that I'd write The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes.
Oh, Iris! I had no idea the stories had quite such a deep personal significance for you. I can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now. And why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. At 8 years old. I must apologize, Iris. Yeah, you. I wanna talk to you, mister. I wanna talk to you about a few things. This is really all my fault.
Hurley?
I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right. Well, when is the time right? I'd keep the details about your father a secret, but why?
I know. I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Gory and apologize, I promise.
Yes, we'll go together, I think. Then, let me look after it for you until we get there. Oh, now we're in the court record.
I must go and water my herbs, I think.
Wait, but now's the perfect time to tell her.
I'll see you all later.
Wait, Iris! After all that, we're not gonna tell her? Poor Iris, she must be feeling awful. I know Mr. Sholmes is here for her, but still. Ah! What?
How? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Sholmes?
Mr. Sholmes? Oh dear me. So, you've noticed, I see. What? But that would mean... What on earth's the matter, Miss Susato? You've turned as white as a sheet. It's this autopsy report, Mr. Naruhodo. The one from 10 years ago. The writing isn't Dr. Wilson's at all. What? Huh? What do you mean? How could you possibly know that? Because I know this writing very well. This writing is it's my father's. What? So the one who wrote all of the was Professor Mikotopa the partner? What is going on? What? Professor Mikotopa's? Indeed, it's true. And now you know, my dear fellows. What? No, I don't know anything. What on earth does all this mean, Mr. Sholmes? Because the idea that's slowly forming in my mind, it's just too extraordinary to believe. Man, Professor Mikotopa really does not like to talk about a lot of things that are true, does he? Please, you have to explain. Oh God, which one should I start with? I'll go in order. Holy F. So, this autopsy report was actually penned by Professor Mikotopa then? But that makes no sense. It's not possible, surely. Not possible. My dear fellow, pray, take a deep breath and think again. Yes, you're right. In some ways, it actually makes a great deal of sense. It does? 10 years ago is when Father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Britain. That's why there's so much art and fan fiction of them, because Professor Mikotopa was his real partner. They explored each other's bodies. Oh my God, though. Then who's the fuck is Iris's dad? 10 years ago is when Father... What? Susato? And Iris are sisters? He got pregnant? Oh my god, though! It's when Father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Britain. And prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikotoba engaged? Ah, of course! He was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's laboratory learning about forensic science. Sholmes did. And as an assistant, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes. I can't believe Mikotoba would leave his pregnant boyfriend like that. That's it. How could you, Eugene? And as an assistant, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled into the full autopsy report. Once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the contents and put his signature on the document. In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson's in the report would be his signature at the end. I see. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? She saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John H. Wilson? Which is very understandable, of course. What a complicated situation. But... What? Professor Mikotoba has been keeping extraordinarily tight-lipped about this. Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits. Yes, the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, written by Iris. But who would have known Susato was reading these stories and was so enthralled by them? Little did she know that they were based on accounts written by her own father. What the fuck? And we really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction. Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure. Will you stop acting like that? So what about this supposed partner of yours? Did he really exist or not? Ah, you've come straight to the point, I see. And please come straight to the answer. I believe Iris explained it in one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade and the only person I could truly have called a friend. And did this partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest? Which is why Professor Mikotoba would have opened it. Absolutely, my dear madam. Absolutely. What the fuck? Why? So, where's your partner now? Well, he's in your bed! Ryunosuke? We rarely meet. You see, he lives on the other side of the world. But if this autopsy report and the records of all your old cases were penned by the same hand... No, because, Sholmes dragged him up to Ryunosuke's bed to rest. Well, at least he's been there before. And if the autopsy report was written, though not signed by your famous partner, there would only be one logical conclusion. Pray, impress me. Your partner would have to be Eugene Mikotoba. In other words, Miss Susato's father. On my word, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? You are coming along wonderfully. You have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. You mean to say... Allow me to introduce you to my great friend and partner, Mikotoba. What the fuck? What? Professor Mikotoba. What? Why were they both so tight-lipped about it? They both didn't let anything on. Does this mean that you're the real Dr. Wilson? No, my dear. I'm still my old self, Eugene Mikotoba, your father. Oh, of course. This is obviously too much for Susato-san to take in. This is too much for me to take in. I must say, though, how my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity as a great mystery solver is the greatest mystery of all. Get his ass! I still remember the first time we met. Pray remind me. When was it again, Mikotoba? 16 years ago, Sholmes. Ah, yes, quite. 16 years ago. I just arrived from Japan with Seishiro and Genshin. I was in search of lodgings close to the hospital, some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price. But rents are devilishly high in that particular area. That's right, so I decided I needed someone to share lodgings and the expense. And was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation. I was a callow fellow back then, a mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for a little gain. And the situation of our cohabitation led us to pursuing cases together, you see. Hard to believe. It was a mere 6 years. We had a great many adventures. But in the last year of Mikotoba's stay in Britain, that most infamous of cases presented itself. The case with which you have become rather familiar yourselves, the professor killings. After the trial, Seishiro and I were summoned back home. Now it makes sense why Mikotoba reacted that way when he found out about the Hound of the Baskervilles collar from Natsume Soseki's report. After the trial, Seishiro and I were summoned back home. Hardly surprising given the circumstances. So there you have it. And as you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in that metal chest. This is just amazing! Professor Mikotoba really is Mr. Sholmes' famous partner. Father. Goodness, my dear, what a cutting look. I think you deserve it, at least a little. As your daughter, I'm very proud to learn you were the great detective's great partner. But nevertheless, there's another mystery that I really must ask you to explain now. And that is, get his ass. You know very well what it is. The unresolved matter of Iris's father. Oh, of course. I'd almost forgotten about that one. Oh, wow. I should have seen this coming, I suppose. Oh god, is she mad? Is she like, did you cheat on my mom? She's like, did you cheat on my mom? Iris told us that all the notes about the great detective's adventures that are in that metal chest were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sholmes? Oh my god! This is gonna go places, isn't it? That is indeed what I told young Iris. But if you're Mr. Sholmes' partner, father, and you wrote all those case notes, then Iris's father must be you. Ah! Did you cheat on Mother? Upon my word, Miss Susato. You are coming along. Oh my god! Oh my god, you were right, Rowan! You were right, Rowan! What? You were right! What the fuck? Mikotoba cheated on his wife! Oh my god! No wonder he was talking about having some trouble at home and some issues in his younger life. Iris and Susato are sisters? Half sisters? What the I did not see that coming. You finally grasped the art of deduction. Holy fuck. What you've always told me, father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago. And you left me in grandmother's care whilst you embarked on your study tour of Britain. I've always accepted that, but all this about Iris. Ooh, there it is! Susato-san's ice cold stare! Get him! Get him, Susato, end him! No, now hold on a minute. It was very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think. Then perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is. Oh, get him, kill! There it is. Now the eyes go from ice cold to red hot just before she... No, really, you've got the wrong end of the stick. Sholmes, say something, man. Susato takedown, boom! Why are you dressed to go out? Why are you suddenly dressed to go out? That's quite enough, my fiery fellows. Mr. Sholmes, when did he get all dressed up? Whilst I don't like to interrupt these exciting exploration of the past, Mikotoba and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion. We're going with you. But it's very late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must you go? Why, my dear madam, is that not obvious? Oh, are they gonna make out? Is that it? Homewrecker? Herlock Sholmes the homewrecker? Why, my dear madam, is it that obvious? My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. So, get your coat, Mikotoba. The game is afoot. But Sholmes, I really must give Susato a full explanation, I think. Later, my dear fellow, later. Our carriage awaits downstairs already. Rowan, you might be right about more things than you think. The enemies of the my mind went there too. It's like I need to explain to Susato exactly how she was born, and Sholmes is like, anyway. Let's get out of here. Later, my dear fellow, later. Our carriage awaits downstairs already. You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really, I visit our home! I mean, I know they were rooming together for real, but still, our home? Holy fuck, I know! Like, come on! I mean, really, I visit our home after 10 long years. First I'll get you off, and then this, yeah, exactly. And when I open that chest in a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably pass out. And as if that wasn't enough, when I eventually regain consciousness, I'm plunged straight into all this. Father, please, go with Mr. Sholmes now. What? I've no doubt that whatever happened, you were acting in everyone's best interests. I trust you. Completely. Aww, Susato! Susato. And sending the great detective and his great partner off on renewed adventures together. She is gonna murder him, though. It's more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams, and then when you come back, it's over! Very well then, we'll speak again later. So, I believe our own work is done for the day? I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Yes, Naruhodo, good luck in battle, and in reaching a decision. Wait, you're not still on about coming back to Japan after all of that? Why? A decision about whether to go back to Japan, I suppose. Holy fuck!
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself.
Me too! Me too!
It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth.
Ooh!
And that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
Ooh! That's what they called it! Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve! He said the thing! End? What? End? You're not going to episode 5, are we? Don't. What? Ah! That's what Ned meant by. That's what Ned meant by this is the final Ace Attorney case. Because it is! 4 and 5 are the same case! What? We're on case 5, everybody! What? We're on the last case already? What? 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 Okay. Well, I'm not stopping now. Final chapter, the resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? We don't get a cool beginning. We don't get a cool Herlock Sholmes beginning. We're just continuing. Why? Why do you do this? Why? Why does episode 5 just continue episode 4? Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Why? This is what oh my god, this is what Sam meant by cases 4 and 5 are a little funny. Oh, this is so unusual. 3rd November, 9:14 a.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. This has never happened in the history of Ace Attorney before now. So, the time's finally come. Today, we unravel everything. Oh, you look rather glum. I'll be counting on your support more than ever today, Miss Susato. Oh god, poor Susato. It's like, my father cheated on my mother. Iris is my half-sister. Miss Susato? Ah! Susato taken down by instinct. Oh no, what's the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Nothing? I was just saying that I'll be relying on your support today, but... I'm so sorry, of course. I know I can be rather incompetent at times, but... I shan't let you down. Would you mind helping me to my feet, then? If they had to separate the last case between 2 episodes, how long is this last episode going to be? Oh my goodness. Oh dear, I'm really very sorry. Susato-san isn't her usual self at all. But that's hardly surprising, I suppose. She's just found out that her father is the partner of a world-famous detective. Not to mention, she's got a sister. Ah, good morning, sir. Oh, hello, Barrick. Lord Van Zeeks, how you doing? We almost forgot about you. There was so much going on. Thank you all for your efforts yesterday. What? Did I hear that correctly? He said thank you. What? I never thought I'd ever hear you say thank you, ever. Oh, no, nothing. Just, I hope we can clear things up today. I really can't make this man out. His face says, I hate you, but his words are almost jovial today. Oh, he's precious. In fact, he hasn't been very Reaper-like at all since this all began yesterday. Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, Mr. Naruhodo. Good point. The Reaper, I suppose in hindsight. I shouldn't have allowed that misconception to go unchallenged. Huh? It was my tacit acceptance of that pseudonym. My failure to stop the Reaper becoming something more than a mere legend that led to all this. But you're not to blame for that, Lord Van Zeeks. It's only because serious crime in the capital dropped off so sharply when the public started calling you that. That's why you didn't say anything, isn't it? To be frank, I'm not sure that was the sole reason. It's also because he was super depressed and emo that he was like, I'll just take on this dark mantle. What do you mean? There was a rumor at the time that the Reaper was really the ghost of my late brother. Oh, I think they mentioned that at the end of the last game. That having been slain by that evil killer, Clint's restless spirit returned as some sort of demigod to wield a deadly blade of justice where I, by dint of the law, could not. Yes, we've heard that story too. When I lost him, I felt as though I'd lost my guiding light. I didn't know where to go or what to do. And so, in some small way, I wonder if perhaps those rumors made me feel his absence a little less keenly. That he was with you? Oh, poor guy. Even if I knew it was just an illusion. Just some nonsense conjured up by an over-imaginative public. He was obviously extremely important to you. Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Well, what's important now is uncovering the truth. That's all that matters. I know that you didn't take anyone's life. And I intend to prove that beyond a shadow of a doubt in court today. I never thought I'd say this, but I can see it in your eyes. That burning desire to cut through all the lies and deception. I can't deny it any longer. You are a lawyer of absolute integrity. Oh, Barrack Van Zeeks! Ooh. Thank you. Ah! Now tell me, why do I detect the scent of expensive tea leaves in the air? Oh, Iris, when did you get here? Oh, sister.
I brought you one of my very special blends. Hurley loves it. He says it helps him to clear his head.
I thank you. Oh, that's very nice of you, Iris.
Oh,
That's surely the first and last time I'll ever see a sight like this. You seem different today, Iris.
Oh,
Sort of subdued, I suppose.
I am not.
What happened yesterday is obviously still playing on her mind a lot. She's clearly very troubled about having stolen that autopsy report from Dr. Side's laboratory.
All right then. Good luck to you both. I'll have to make a move now.
Oh, you're not staying? I thought you'd want to watch today's proceedings.
Well, I'd like to cheer you on, obviously. But I've got lots to get ready.
Get ready for what?
Oh, yes. Would you take this?
Isn't that one of the little felt dolls that's usually dangling from your knapsack? Oh, the felt dolls come into play at last! Kazuya Nuri, whenever this got written, he was like, yes!
Yes, it's a lucky charm. A little Hurley that I made once.
A Hurley? It looks more like a Hairley to me.
If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you can.
What did you put in there? What? Pull his ears?
That's right. It's a way to bring good luck. I think you might need it.
I've been told to tug its ears if I run out of options in the trial today. Oh, this is kind of like, the cat door opener in the last case of the last game. You think what we'll need is luck?
I just sneaked a peek inside the courtroom, and it seemed very different to normal.
Yes, it would seem that a certain someone has decided to pull out all the stops. What do you mean by that? What does that mean? Strongheart, what's he doing? What about Mr. Sholmes, Iris?
I don't know. He was out all night and he hadn't come home by the time I left this morning.
Oh, I see. Was Professor Mikotoba out all night too, you think, Mrs. Sato? Yes, it would seem so. I telegrammed the hotel this morning. And apparently they didn't come back to their rooms last night at all. Oh god, Rowan, they got a motel. No, I'm just kidding. They? Father? And Judge Jigoku? The three of them? No, I'm just kidding. Judge Jigoku too. Father and Judge Jigoku, I mean. Judge Jigoku too? That's right, nobody appears to have seen either of them since yesterday. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Please make your way inside the courtroom at once. He's cheating on Sholmes too. I'm telling you, those two. I mean, Mikotoba came along as Jigoku's special friend, his +1, remember? I know, right, Mikotoba, you dog. Court is about to be in session. Please make your way inside the courtroom at once.
Good luck then, Runo. Good luck, Susie.
Something else that occurred to me is, you know, Mikotoba's family crest is sakura blossoms, and Iris has pink hair. Sakura pink. I wonder if that was supposed to be a hint or something.
Good luck then, Runo. Good luck, Susie.
Yes, thanks, Iris.
And you, Mr. Reaper, I hope it goes well.
Once again, I thank you for the delicious tea. It was very soothing. Aww.
Oh, I'm so glad.
We must go inside now, Lord Van Zieks. Lord Van Zieks has always been the formidable prosecutor I've had to lock horns with in court. But not today. Today, I battle with another in pursuit of the truth. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who I trust more than anyone else in the world. Now I understand what it was that drew me here to Britain all those months ago. Now I know exactly what destiny had in store for me. It's all been leading up to this one day, to this one trial, to this one final reckoning. Strongheart did it. He killed Gregson. He also killed Genshin Asogi 10 years ago. November, 9:30 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Why are you standing like that? It feels even more oppressive here than it did yesterday. There are cold stares piercing me like knives from all sides today. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, look! Oh, shit! That's why it looks different. You motherfucker! That's why you're presiding when you did it? Girl! Me! Lord Strongheart? How can you be the judge if you're the one who did it? Motherfucker! Lord Strongheart? Oh, fuck! My stomach is doing backflips. Kazuma must have known beforehand. We need a shocked Goomdrop redeem ASAP or screaming or something. I'll try to make something like that. Like a or something. Oh god, I need to, all right, I'll make one. That was a special request. I need to make a shocked or scream. I do have an emote though. I have a screaming Gumi emote that we can use instead in the meantime. This one. We can use this in the meantime. Kazuma must have known beforehand. Yes, me. Ah! The ramifications of this trial now extend far beyond the murder of one Scotland Yard inspector. You did it! You're behind everything! I don't think you're the professor though, but you're behind everything? In fact, events have come to light that threaten to rock the very foundations of our country's legal system. The escape of a condemned criminal on the night of his execution, the subsequent unlawful shooting of the man, and the revelation that prison staff must have been complicit in the jailbreak. Britain is currently hosting influential members of the judiciary from countries all around the world. It is imperative that we uncover the truth in these proceedings to avoid international embarrassment. No, more like you want to control the whole trial because you did it! By royal decree, this will continue to be a closed trial, and one over which I, male Strongheart, exercise total and unequivocal authority. Ah, this is rigged! Ow! Oh my god, this angle though with his unicorn cane. Holy fuck. Motherfucker. What? What? The 6 jurors' flames just... As was the case in yesterday's proceedings, those here present in the public gallery are distinguished members of our judiciary, assembled to bear witness to a fair judicial process. In other words, a collection of your acolytes, Lord Strongheart. Get his ass, Van Zeeks! Yes! On a personal note, I find this most distressing, Lord Van Zeeks. You were a prosecutor of exceptional talent. Much like your brother Clint, in fact. Ah! Scary gavel! Scary gavel! The screeching of the unicorn cane. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session for the trial of Barrick Van Zeeks, who officially stands accused of murder. I was expecting birds to fly out of that window. Holy F though. And this music? Counsels for the prosecution and defense, are you in full readiness to proceed? The defense is ready, my lord. As is the prosecution. Yesterday's proceedings brought to light a shocking and disturbing fact. There was a side to the victim, Inspector Tobias Gregson, that was unknown to his superiors at Scotland Yard. But it was known to you, because you're the one who put him up to it. Yes, he was carrying out operations in secret, which Scotland Yard knew nothing about. And in those clandestine operations, he had an accomplice, Mr. Daily Vigil, who would be given the inspector's identification and present himself around the capital in order to establish credible alibis for Gregson. In that way, Gregson appeared to be carrying out his regular Scotland Yard work when in fact he wasn't. At the end of yesterday's session, Mr. Vigil, who had been suffering from amnesia, regained his memory. It would appear he buried his memories of the time deep inside himself as a means of self-preservation. Because whilst he was engaged as chief warder of Barclay Prison, he abetted the convict's escape. Not true. Mr. Vigil is currently recuperating at St. Sinners. He's recovered enough to give a signed statement about his movements on the day prior to the incident. He's formally admitted to posing as Gregson whilst investigating the Red-Headed League. Which brings us to the crucial issue of the victim's time of death. The defense yesterday proposed a suggestion that the victim may have been killed one day earlier. This was based largely on the discovery that the victim's pocket watch had not been wound. The prosecution has something to report on that subject, my lord. Really? Go ahead, Prosecutor Asogi. I met once again with the coroner yesterday to discuss the issue. She confirmed that the defense's suggestion could not be ruled out. It's entirely possible that Inspector Gregson was killed on 31st October, the day before his body was discovered. I have here an updated autopsy report. Hey, finally, we have an updated autopsy report! The first one in the Great Ace Attorney games. Halloween? Amended details. But the official opinion of the investigation team was made clear, yes. Oh yeah, because he died on October 31st. Yes, date of murder, yeah. I get it now, That the time of death was 5 p.m. on 1st November. There are indications of an attempt to disguise the real time of death, however. It seems that the natural decaying process of the victim's body may have been slowed by keeping it chilled. That's out of the question. I don't believe you! 'Cause you put the body on ice! There are no refrigeration devices in that part of London large enough to accommodate a human corpse. Then he wasn't frozen in that part of London. And you could easily get a carriage to carry him from just about anywhere in London. My lord, this is more than just conjecture. There's evidence to support the idea. We must investigate it thoroughly. Very well. The court will accept the new report as evidence. However, if this updated report is deemed to be accurate, it would give renewed significance to the movements of the victim on the day before the Fresno Street incident. It would, yes, especially since on that day, Inspector Gregson was using Mr. Vigil to cover up his real movements. It's conceivable that he was killed in the course of his secret activities. Do I sense that the prosecution has some information regarding those activities? Scotland Yard put an enormous effort into investigating that precise matter yesterday. Yeah, they loved Gregson. That's gonna be your undoing, Strongheart. I think we should begin by presenting the results of that investigation work. So the prosecution calls its first witness now. Gina! State your name and occupation for the court. Inspector Gina Lestrade reporting. Representative of Scotland Yard. A self-conferred rank, but never mind. Gina? Again? What's your problem, Odo? What's with that? Gina? Again? Look, you really are... people can read you like a book, my guy. Ah! The boss meant the world to me. You done more for me than anyone else ever did. Oh, Inspector Gregson, you mean? He got me out of the back slums of the East End and took me under his wing. Taught me that life can have a purpose. So that's why I'm the best person to be standing here speaking for him. Oh, Gina. Right, all out of the goodness of Gregson's heart. Not at all that he had his arm twisted by Mr. Sholmes, no. What's relevant to these proceedings is that the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations yesterday has revealed that the victim was carrying out some assignment the police knew nothing about. Very troubling. Yeah, as if you didn't give him that assignment, Strongheart. Motherfucker. That face. Lord Strongheart knew. He knew. I know he knew. I'm glad you picked up on that. So, Inspector Lestrade, let's hear exactly what it says in that report. Coming right up, sir. Okay. I think I need to stop for the sake of my own health. Because I would be on a roll, but I think I screamed my throat raw. And I think I have a pounding headache from all of the revelations that got slapped on all at once, you know? So mentally I'm there. Physically I think I'm hitting my limits. So I'm gonna have to pick up with Gina tomorrow. There's a lot happening. Yes, exactly. So Mikotopa really gets around. Oh my god. Village bicycle has. Maybe he was getting with Asogi's dad too. Just everybody. Oh my god. Probably. Oh my. Oh my god, my throat. Okay. Uncle, I need to see who's streaming. I have no idea if we're gonna be able to finish this tomorrow, but I feel like by Friday, definitely. Oh boy. Oh, a lot of people are on. Hmm. Hmm? Hmm.
I didn't realize I had.
Oops, sorry. What is going on at the same time? I was just looking at something. Oh, I'll get to see a couple hours of at least tomorrow. I have a 3-hour layover. Fingers crossed I even get there. Oh god, I know. All of the flights have been... Maybe Sholmes is Ryunosuke's mom too. But oh my god. Fingers crossed you even get there, yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, flights look like they've been insane. Oh. Sorry, I'm still looking around. Yeah, I have a buddy, Spork of Love, who's needle felting right now. If you guys want to see some needle felting. Yeah. All right. Well, let me see. It's real bad. I saw several videos of like a whole airport's overwhelmed with angry people. Oh god. Yeah, hang in there. My roommate's gonna fly out too, and I'm like so worried. My bus gets to the airport 2 hours before boarding, so hopefully I don't get trapped in TSA hell getting in, but I paid for TSA pre-check a couple years ago. It's been a great investment. Oh my god, if you didn't have pre-check, I would have said try to get there earlier. But maybe pre-check will make up for that. Because if an airport is insane, 3 hours is more like a better idea. Well, I really hope they don't, yeah. 10:40 bus is the earliest I could get, and I could get a lift. I see. Well, I wish you luck that it works out and doesn't get canceled and rearranged, and yeah, not like 4 a.m. again. Yeah, that's miserable. Oh man. Well, I wish you luck. Hope it's not that much of a disaster. And I hope also that you can make it for here. I'll keep y'all posted, I'm sure. I love to complain. You'll see me in Salt Chat if not. Oh, okay, okay. Alright, I'm gonna put in the raid for a Spork of Love. Spork of Love is one of those streamers I found needle felting in the first place. Like I raided a needle felter and she was needle felting, so it's cool to see her needle felting again, so let's go. Right, raid is going out. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow for more juicy Great Ace Attorney final case. All right, thank you guys so much. Yay! Have a great evening, everybody. Bye!
Powered up. It can't seem to get a hit in. It keeps get. Oh my gosh, Starlight Katie, hello, welcome in. 1 second, 1 second. Oh my god, oh my god. Hold on, hold on. Oh geez, oh geez, oh geez. Hold on, hold on.